mental health grant that we've partnered together to make this happen. And you can see by the numbers the amount of people that we're impacting. And this started over a year ago now, where we brought smaller groups together at the E-Free Church when we were still doing things in person. And we had a chance to make an impact on about 130 people. And that grew, and we were able to do some piloting with our CTAC friends this past spring, of course, which got cut short by COVID, but then continued with the Care and Purpose Institute videos that were so generously accessible to us, free. And then we had a 3-day training for champions this past summer. So we are so thrilled that we have such a great turnout today, and the impact that we have, the ability that we are going to have to impact so many children and families in our region is just absolutely incredible. So thank you. I would also like to welcome and thank more than 50 of our community partners from multiple agencies across the region. So this truly is becoming a language that we are all speaking. So we're thrilled to have them joining us this morning as well. I just wanted to give a couple housekeeping tips this morning. Because it is such a large group, if you have questions, if you could put them in the chat, we have several of us who will be monitoring that this morning. And if you could try to keep them kind of general in nature so that it might apply to the whole group, something that you're wondering. If it's something that is more specific to your agency or your district, if you could hold those and then reach out to your COP team to get some of those questions answered, that would be great. We do have our whole COP staff on with us as well today, and we are ready and willing to support where we can. I also wanted to say a humongous thank you to Kim Blumke, Susan Collins, and Rich Marshall. They have been partnering to make this happen and have put just a ton of work and time into this. So we appreciate all the energy that you've given us and continue to give us today. They are great resources to reach out to if you need anything after today's training. So with that, I am going to just tell you that we have been absolutely honored to work with CTAC and our friends. Dr. Sloan, most of you know because he's around all over the place. Even when he's at home in his basement Zooming with us, we're glad to have him. And Jim Henry is going to start us today. Jim needs no other introduction than he loves kids. So without further ado, one other thing that I wanted to tell you, you're going to want to wait for a minute before break this morning because we're going to be announcing some giveaways. And right before Jim gets started, Susan Collins is going to do a quick poll to find out who is with us today and how much familiarity you have with TBRI. So Susan has this Kahoot she's pulling up. And if you could play along with us on your device, that would be fantastic. Jim, when we get done with our Kahoot, it's going to be all yours, my friend.
We're having a little bit of technical difficulty, Christy, but we will be right with you.
It's all good, Amy. We have our poll right now. Amy, I'm glad you chimed in. I didn't know that you were in the backdrop today, but we'd also like to welcome Amy Perricone and Sam Ferris, who have been wonderful in partnering with us in this venture as well. So if you can join at that site, if you want to use a different device, you can do that as well.
minute, just another few seconds, and we'll go ahead and start. All right, we're going to go ahead and, oh, we just got a couple more coming in. Okay, I think that might be it. We're going to go ahead and start. We got a couple more coming in. All right. What do you think, Christy? Go ahead.
Yep, Irv, I think you're
All right,
in.
let's
We just
do
haven't
it.
started yet.
Okay.
Very good.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay, now the next one, trust-based relational intervention. How much do you know about it? What is your exposure? Very good. All right. Well, Jim, hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea of who we have here today and also how much they know about TBRI. So it looks like quite a few of our participants have some knowledge about TBRI, but we also have around 90 people who don't have a lot of exposure yet. So Jim, it's all yours.
All right. All right. So I'm really trying to breathe. So I just want you to know that. Hopefully all of you are accepting. So, but I do, this is the point of it all right here, is this invitation to be able to look at and invite each of you to kind of say, where and how am I in my, whatever I do as a teacher, principal, social worker, psychologist, school secretary, bus driver, to say, how do we engage in this process of discovery and the needs of our kids? And what I'd like to do in this process is just take a minute and think about where you're at this morning. So in terms of, if you look at my nice little chart here that we use for red, green, and blue, blue meaning I'm hypo-aroused, green meaning I'm just in the zone, red meaning I'm either excited or angry or frustrated like Jim Henry right now. So he would put himself in the red, all right? So what I'd like you to do is take 10 seconds and think about this as we get started this morning. Where are you and how does it affect your ability to be present? How does it affect your ability to take in new information? And how does it take, and what does it take to be able, given your color, to think about how to translate what I know into action, all right? So just take a second, red, green, or blue. So I'm in red, trying to move to green. And if you're in blue, I'll share some of my energy of frustration over the phone to you. So we can all kind of meet in green. And why I like doing this is what it's about with our kids. This is about every day. What are they coming in? Are they red? Are they green? Are they blue? And is it important to know that? And what does it tell us? If I tell you, Jim's this morning in red, you're going to be my teacher, and you're going to say, Jim, would you like to just take a deep breath with everybody? All right. All right. Or, gee, Jim, I can see you're almost falling asleep. We haven't even started class yet. You're in the blue. What do we need to make you have some energy, to stimulate you to green? And I can see several of you in green. How do we give language to our kids' internal experience, which affects their ability to learn? And when you think about the essence of TBRI, that's what the essence is. It's tapping into that internal to be able to create the environment for he or she to be able to learn, to connect, and to be present in the moment of learning. So as we go through this, I really like this quote, and I'll just read it so everybody can follow along. There can be no significant innovation in education that does not have as its center the attitudes of teachers, principals, and all school staff. And it's an illusion to think otherwise. The beliefs, feelings, assumptions of teachers are the air of a learning environment. They determine the quality of life within it. So when I invited you to this self-discovery, it's like, okay, what am I doing that then creates that learning environment? And what's so exciting, we've worked in so many schools, certainly in COP, and some of you we've worked with in other places across Michigan. It's that opportunity that I can contribute to that environment, not just in my classroom, but certainly in the experience of the whole school. And in order to do that, I wanted to frame this. In order to do that, there are two things that really I've thought lots about. And we think about our professional role, whatever your role is today. And that gives us status and power and expertise, some protection because we work for an agency, a school, an education institution, and a set of tasks. My job description defines my role. On the other hand, we bring Jim Henry as a human being. We bring Kim, Melissa, Susan. And what does that mean? That means my ability to engage fellow teachers and fellow staff and the kids. It creates a humility in me to learn from you, and not just the adults, but the kids as well. And it creates this kind of mutual understanding, especially in this time of COVID, of, wow, we're all experiencing more stress than usual. We're all in that experience of, wow, we're struggling to find our way. And so we're all experiencing something similar that creates vulnerability, right? I often say this, right now we walk into a grocery store, and as I did last night, and we don't know if COVID is in that grocery store, right? And so it creates a vulnerability for all of us, which increases our stress. And then in my humanness, especially if you are one of our educators in the schools or in the administration, that there's a meaning in this work. So why I say this is, on one hand, we can be the professional role. If you look at this, and we can lose our humanness and just be the professional. And the longer we do this work, the easier it is to do that. And so I just do my job. But the reality of it is, what's lost when we lose our humanness? And what's lost is that ability to connect, that ability to have relationship, because you can't have a relationship with a role. You have to have a relationship with a person. And so as we reflect today and we think about these processes of being human, how do I lead with my humanness, knowing it's always defined by my role in terms of what I need to do. But if I don't lead, I can't have relationship if I don't lead with my humanness. So I really want to make sure we keep coming back to that today, because it's about seeing ourselves as human. It's about seeing our kids as human. And what does that mean when we really come to this mutual understanding? So I wanted to talk about, as we think about the traditional educational paradigm, right? So what does this look like? So in my mind, we think of this. Here's a classroom, here's the teacher, right? And then there's Johnny running around, being what? Dysregulated, all over the place. And our thought is often, she just wants attention. Okay, we kind of frame this, oh, they just want attention. And that's the traditional paradigm, like, wow, that's a behavior, and attention is this vacuum that they just want my attention. In a paradigm of looking at TBRI, certainly same classroom, same student, but the response internally is her attention-seeking behavior is because she wants a relationship. So it's not attention I'm looking for, it's connection. And many of our kids don't know how to get that connection other than being behaviorally out there in a way then that demands your attention, because when you show attention, then I have value. When you show attention, then I have some sense of connection that somebody's paying attention to me means that there's something about me that somebody's responding to. And so many of our kids don't have that experience of healthy relationship. And so in unhealthy relationship, constant attention is about being able to feel valued because you're saying my name, you're close to me. And so I want you to think about just reframing that word, because we so often dismiss those underlying needs of our kids because we're stuck in just thinking that's all they want when it's really something much more. The other process in a traditional educational paradigm is this, and that is he wants control. That his need for control is really frustrating me because I'm in control of this classroom, or I'm in control of this school. And so when that first thought bubble in our head is he just wants control, it's about my reaction to that control, that I'll take control. That then develops this power struggle. From a TBRI point, here's what we're thinking, right? Same circumstances, but my internal thought, he wants control because he doesn't feel safe. It's a basic human need that when we don't have psychological and physical safety, what happens is that we go to the lower part of our brain, the brainstem, for self-protection. And in that self-protection, then the brain in that goes into that fight, flight, freeze response. And that becomes so crucial in being able to see what's underneath the need for control. It's not because he wants to be boss for the sake of being boss. It's because he wants to be boss, or she wants to be boss for the need to keep myself safe because I can't trust adults to do that. All right. So throughout today, this morning and this afternoon, we want to keep coming back to reframing attention, control, connection, safety. So I'm going to give you a scenario, and these you don't have these slides, and I put these in yesterday because I always want to make this real. And when I say that, it's this translation. Last night I was teaching a class on human behavior to MSW students, and I took a scenario, a vignette that I had been and sat with a kid. And at the end of the class, folks said, it's really, really helpful because when we use story, Jim, then we have to translate 3 different theories into what does that mean in the lens of how I see that kid. So that's why I share stories. And the second part of this is that every time I sit with a kid, my heart is touched. I experience a sense of relationship if I'm present. So I'm going to share this because this just happened literally last week. And this is a history from Jody, and Jody is almost 11, all right? And it says, Jody has a great deal of issues with peers and can present herself as a much younger child, meaning she regresses, or attempt to act like an over-sexualized teenager. So she's on this vacillation, according to the report we got before we even saw Jody. She has had discussion regarding her plans to be violent with other children and often does not see herself as part of her family. So this is coming with the person who is her caretaker at this point, who is a fictive kin. But she talks about, I'm going to hurt other people, right? Meaning kids in her class. The second bullet is that she's flunked all her classes. She is in 5th grade, and the only one that she hasn't is social studies. And her IQ is in the average range. So here we have a kid who's thinking about violently acting out on others. We have a girl that certainly is not present in school as far as learning in the red zone or the blue zone, not the green zone. And as you see here is often
Jim, do you see that you're muted?
yeah.
Okay.
So in this, talking about Jody, it says she can't attune and certainly has significant relational issues. She's in your classroom. Wow. What do we expect from her at 10 o'clock? She's kind of under the desk. And at 11 o'clock, she wants to take control of the classroom. Okay. And now my thing will move. I'm going to flip back to a second. Just wait 1 second. All right. All right. And so let's go to part 2. Jody put this up on the whiteboard and it said, let me tell you about school. School stands for 7 cruel hours of our lives. Okay. This was her acronym. She literally wrote this on the board. The only difference is she spelled cruel, C-R-U-L, right? So why is this important? Well, it's important because that's her perception of school. And how are we going to engage her? Is it Jody's responsibility to be ready to learn? Or is it our responsibility to get her ready to learn? And that's a really key question. And I want to share a little bit now of Jody's history. So here are the events. Think about what this might do and how she might then, how you might view her differently. She was sex abused by older brother boys at age 3. Chronic exposure to serious domestic violence, including older brother choking her stepfather, which she watched happen until finally her mother threw the boy off of the stepfather. She was raped by her brother about 3 months prior to our sitting with her. Mother doesn't believe her and about the recent rape and stated the fictive kin who is now caring for her, do what you want with her, do what you want, just take care of her, just get her out of here. And to compound this is mother's own experience that she grew up in foster care. Right? So now, hopefully, as we're looking at Jody, as you're looking at how am I going to get her ready to learn, now we're looking at, wow, how does she need to be safe in my classroom? And here's the impact. Trauma is about impact. Those are the traumatic events, but traumatic stress is the ongoing impact. So Jody said she knows her mom doesn't like her because she doesn't talk to her and blocks her out. Mom comes to school to get her brother, and Jody tries to hug her, but she doesn't want the hug. This makes Jody mad, but she keeps it in. Jody feels like there's something wrong with her and she blocks everyone out except her friends. Jody doesn't get lonely, but she did call herself depressed. When she is depressed, she doesn't want to be around anyone and wants to stay in her room alone. She then stated that nobody loves her and she's very lonely. And the last thing about Jody is this. This is a picture. Let me see. This is a picture that she drew at the end of the session. And in the left corner, there's a picture of her family, of her 5 brothers and sisters. And as you see, everyone but me. And she's in the top right corner with her fictive kin grandmother. And the friend who now she feels she belongs to, Donovan, she draws him as someone that feels that she feels cared about. And then the right-hand corner, we have a picture of a house that says, "My aunt's there, and I think she likes me." And then her quote was that Amy wrote down, "They," meaning her family, "have a perfect family, and I'm over here." So given that introduction, given that history, then the reality of what? She's coming to school every day with that narrative. And how do we as teachers, secretaries, administrators, principals create the safety where she feels wanted at school? And so instead of giving the acronym of 7 cruel hours of our lives, we're giving the acronym that I feel safe at school and it's the place I want to go. So let's talk a minute about TBRI. So what is TBRI and what does that look like? So TBRI stands for Trust-Based Relational Intervention. And trust-based relational intervention means that what? That our goal is to create relationship in and with our kids and with their adults, family, our colleagues. It's not just something for a classroom, it's a culture to create. And we want trying to meet that youth, that adult, that whole child, and approach that we want to be respectful and responsive. And as TBRI would say, to meet kids who have been in hard places. Now, I'm not going to give you a proportion of kids who've been in hard places for you. You know your classroom. You know many of the histories of your kids, especially if you're in a small rural school. And that becomes a really important recognition of, well, does that kid have trauma or not? To, wow, has that kid been in hard places? And certainly trauma is a part of that, but it's really a wider recognition about the impact to what and how our kids are feeling, and that experience of creating that environment in our classroom so that he or she can be safe. So as we look at this, and as we move to this, we're going to show this video. And so I'm going to move over to this. And so we're going to show a video on TBRI and then talk about that. You get TBRI on here. So I'm going to get this. Where's your internet? Okay. We're here.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Which one am I doing?
TBRI, the overview.
TBRI, Trust-Based Relational Intervention, has at its core building a trusting relationship. It has 3 sets of principles, and they look at the child as a whole. When you think about development, the baby cries, and I say, yes, I will comfort you until this child learns that they have a voice. They learn trust, which is the lesson of the first year of life. I can
Karen?
trust
See a screen.
hard places. And for those children, their capacity to trust has been fiercely damaged. The brain chemistry of a child who cries and no one comes is dramatically altered. The child with history of trauma
You
or
need to
loss,
share the screen, Jim.
no hope of healing without a nurturing relationship. In every way that I make time and space, that I give touch, eye contact, and I give words, I am going to empower them
But
to go back to the
Yeah,
beginning
you didn't share the screen.
experience.
It's okay.
okay, sorry.
TBRI, Trust-Based Relational Intervention.
I don't know how to get back on the Zoom.
There you go.
There we got it.
It's not gonna work.
See it.
Hold on just a second.
Okay. You have a very kind group anyways.
Yeah, well,
So
it's,
don't stress. We're all learning to navigate technology these days.
I'm gonna get on yours.
okay, no, this is the wrong one. Can we go back to, oh, here it is. That's the wrong one. Yeah, all kinds of fun.
Better Life Media, America's lead.
I think if you click the tab next to it, right? To the left, just to the left of the other tab. Yeah, there you go.
Has at its core building a trusting relationship. It has 3 sets of principles, and they look at the child as a whole. When you think about development, the baby cries, and I say, yes, I will comfort you. And so this child learns that they have a voice. They learn trust, which is the lesson of the first year of life. I can trust. There are so many children from hard places, and for those children, their capacity to trust has been fiercely damaged. The brain chemistry of a child who cries and no one comes is dramatically altered. The child with a history of trauma or loss or abuse has no hope of healing without a nurturing relationship. In every way that I make time and space, that I give touch, eye contact, and I give words, I am going to empower this child to go back to the beginning of what he or she should have experienced in the arms of a loving parent that said, when you cry, I will come. The phenomenal thing about a trust-based intervention is, as we connect to this child, as we build safety, we actually change the brain chemistry. We change the wiring of the brain. This is really the heart and soul of all that we are and all that we do. Do I look into the child's eyes? Do I touch their arm when I talk to them? When they talk to me, do I stop what I'm doing and talk to them? This is the essence of mindfulness. The excitatory chemicals about I'm afraid, I'm hungry, I'm cold, those are balanced when the caregiver comes and gives warmth. All regulation occurs first with an external regulator. So in the beginning, I regulate all. They're cold, I bring warmth. They're crying, I bring myself. And out of my regulation, their brain develops capacity for self-regulation. If this child didn't have this experience, that child doesn't feel safe. This chemistry can be altered, first by knowing they're safe, second by nutrient-rich foods, third by my environmental regulation of that child's emotion, and fourth by appropriate exercise. So we can balance brain chemistry by creating a holistic environment. We clearly have to deal with behavior. Correcting means showing a child the right behavior, praising him when he gets it, and showing it to him until he can get it right, and showing him with no fear and no shame, so that he builds success, not a greater sense of failure. So the message of hope for our families is that we can help our children to dramatic levels of healing. We simply have to be devoted to it and be willing to invest what it's going to take.
All right, let's talk for a minute about this video in TBRI. I've seen it many times. I never get tired of seeing it. And what the key findings from this for me is this, is that we have such an opportunity every day to help our kids heal. And when we talk about specifics, and Karen Purvis, the founder of TBRI, talks about relationship, attachment, and being an external regulator. Now, what does that mean to be an external regulator? That means that when we're in sync, you and I, and think about this for yourselves as adults, there's at least one person in your life, my guess, when you're in the red zone or going to the red zone, you can look at them and come back and calm because they're helping to regulate you. They're taking you out of your state and moving it into a place for you just by seeing their face or hearing their voice that's calming. And so in a classroom, it's you that become the external regulator for our kids who haven't been able to do that. And so what an opportunity, all right? And why that's so important to an educator is, one, your call, your meaning, your work is to help kids be all who they can be. And the second part of that is, how then can I help them learn? And when you're the external regulator for a kid, you're bringing them back into the green and into this place of their prefrontal cortex so they can learn. So just really wanted to kind of frame that in a very big picture as to that opportunity every day that you have with our kids, but also then this translation of TBRI into a mindset that prepares kids to learn by you being present and creating that relationship of safety, which then minimizes the need for attention and minimizes the need for control. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to ask folks who've done TBRI, because we've been working with folks, how you see the value in the potential that you've now taken back to your classroom. And not that this is a panacea, because I never want anybody to say, gee, just do this and everything will go away. But I do want to say how it empowers you, how it empowers the child, and what you've seen as we try to share that with folks who haven't used it or are just learning about it. So I'm going to take a minute and mute, and hoping that somebody will step forward.
Anybody? Susan, somebody help me, right? Where are all my folks that we've been doing this? Where and how do you see this as valuable when we're talking about why TBRI?
So Jim, I'll step in a little bit here. We actually have a teacher, when we talk about empowering students and bringing recognition of how we're feeling. Judy Ryan is on with us today from Sheboygan, and I'll let her talk, but I'll kind of introduce. I see in her classroom her ability to make this common language throughout her day. And so about how I'm feeling, so recognizing how we're feeling and providing a space in her room that she uses for a tool to move back into the green, and she has different options. And I just absolutely love how she introduces something new to the group. And maybe she can talk about that with COVID too, how she utilizes those materials safely for people with her routines, but utilizing something new to create curiosity for children that might not use it, but they want to get their hands on something new in that space, like a new fidget or something, so that they are going over there in a calm time to practice using the space. So Judy, if you're on, if you want to get on, and I'll even share some pictures of your board so people can see how you utilize it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good, because you never know. I just wanted to say that what I developed was a very short timer. It was supposed to be 2 minutes. It's a little less. So that when my students are in anything other than green, they have the capability of moving themselves at any time throughout the classroom and I use the zones. So I have a few more colors than you guys do. When you're just using the blue, green, and red, I use blue, obviously, you can see now. and they are free to move it. They go into the quiet area, which has a poster in it for what I call my toolbox. And in that, when I first started this, I used very short, very simple books to discuss going into different zones. And throughout, instead of using the YouTube or Go Noodle, we would do these activities for our brain gym. I call everything brain gym. And we would do these activities so that they learned how to do these activities and the breathing and stuff. I have a bell that when I'm feeling like the whole class is stressed, I hit the bell. That means everybody has to stop, and we do at least 3 or 4 of these activities together. We also have in our schedule brain gym throughout the day, but there's just sometimes we just need a little more. And so my timer is short, sweet, and to the point. They can go over there at any time. We've just introduced squishy toys. I wasn't sure I was going to do that because I was afraid that with COVID that, you know, they'd be sharing them. But what they do is they wipe them off when they're done. That star above my squishy toy is a breathing, you know, for breathing. They pull it out and breathe in and out, and we've got all these other different breathing. It just makes it a fun thing. And yes, because when I first introduced it, I passed them around. We wash them in between and let them all feel it and do the breathing part. And then I introduce it and they go in there, they do the sand timer. They can do the sand timer twice if they need to, but most of the time they do it once. I do have a few students that really need to regulate often, and sometimes they put the sand timer to the side, and that to me is okay. And then they start it back up in a little while. So in other words, they're getting a little bit more time. The sand timer itself is a calming activity because they turn it over and they watch the sand go down, and it's kind of a heavy. Some people put little characters in their sand timer. I started this in Ohio when I was living there. Don't think anything bad about me because I lived in Ohio. But they put little characters in there. Some of them used really cool sand that sparkled. I went out and got the sand that we put in our driveway. I don't care. And they really do this really well. We've been doing it all year. I had really fun children's pictures of other children with facial expressions. That's another way that I was teaching this. They felt real safe by putting these other kids' pictures up there and different areas. And then they would tell me why that student was there and what could we do to get them from either red, yellow, or green. Or if they're in green, we were like, oh, yay, maybe we should just do a happy dance. And if they're in the other colors, then we would do something and they would give me ideas of what they could do. So it's really worked very well. The kids will, sometimes if I see somebody in blue a lot, I'll take them to the side and even though we aren't supposed to be in a lot of contact with our students, you can still do contact and be safe. I do it all the time. And I might say, you know, why have you been in blue all day today? You know, several times. And they'll tell me that they're really tired. And I'll say, oh, you know, when I'm really tired, there's really only one thing I can do. And I've said this, I put myself in blue. And I'll say, you know, I do all these energizing things, but sometimes you just got to go to bed early. So, and they're really good at saying that to me. And they'll say, we just got to go to bed early tonight. And I'll say, okay. And I've put myself in different colors and used myself as an example, went over there and used the corner myself. And everybody asks, well, why were you there? Why were you there? And I said, well, this morning I spilled coffee on myself. I had to go change. I had to drive back home and change my clothes because I did it on the way. And I'm really kind of mad about that. I really wanted to wear my blue jeans today, and I had to wear my nice pants because I didn't have another pair of blue jeans that were clean, or I'll make up something. And anyway, it's really worked well. That's about all.
Judy, I just want to say thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What a great example. I was fortunate to be in your class and to see some of that. So I remember a boy in the blue in the corner taking a rest. And he was one of those kids that you invited back in, and he came back in, and you were just very attuned to him. What a great example. And when I was listening to you, Judy, because you teach first grade, that I was thinking about middle school and high school. And those of you who teach middle school or high school, and we've done lots of consultations in both of those age groups, there's this recognition of how do I translate red, green, blue to middle school and high school. That doesn't make a significant change. It just creates different ways that a sixth grader might understand it or a 10th grader might understand it, but it in no way negates, as you said so well, Judy, that they're experiencing low, I'm ready, high, and how do we address that? The other part I want to say is what I really appreciate what you said, Judy, is the recognition of using yourself. All right, because nothing is more powerful than when we use ourselves as models. And that you demonstrated my very second slide actually of being human, right? I spilled coffee on myself, I'm in the red, all right? Or I'm really tired, I'm in the blue. And those create relationships. When we are human with our students and show who we are and our strength and vulnerability, it creates opportunities that we really connect as human to human. So thank you, that was amazing. And I just would really ask everybody to think in your classroom or meeting with kids. There's a video that was done about an alternative school in Washington. And in the principal's office, he has a target, and it's blue, green, yellow, red. And in that target, students come in and point to, usually when they're coming to the principal, which one am I in? Again, a language gives us a way to communicate, and our kids communicate when they don't have language through their behaviors. And so this becomes then our opportunity to see they're telling me something, and now how can I give them a language to communicate what's happening for them? So I just wanted to say that, and that becomes a really opportunity as we move forward today in integrating. And the other part of that, and Mark will talk, Dr. Sloan, later this morning about sensory issues, and all those things that you had on that shelf were really sensory. The sand, we have one of those breathing balls, all of those things of connecting to something to help us regulate. So thanks very much, Judy.
Jim, I just want to add something too. When I'm in classrooms and I'm problem solving with teachers, people that have been through TBRI, you talk about framing and how important that is. So I had a teacher that was trying to do what Judy was doing and set up a calming space in her room and utilize it, knowing when to utilize it and why. And so she said, I have a problem because I have a couple kiddos that want to go in there to avoid large group or to avoid cleanup, right? And so when we started problem solving, she reframed that and she goes, I guess I need to know, why does this child always go in there? Instead of saying they go in to avoid, why are they going in? What are they avoiding? And when she did that, she was able to problem solve differently and say, this kid needs to be connected with me at large group because he avoids it because he's not close in proximity probably to me. And so when she problem solved that way to say, I'm going to have him invite him to come sit next to me when we get called to large group. And that shifted the child from staying out to going to her. And then in cleanup, just, it was overstimulating. So he cleans up after. So it was important that we realized that we can't say when students need things. They tell us. So, and I think in our minds that we can go there when we set these things up to say, we know when they need it. Well, they're going to tell us when they need it, but how we look at why they need it will help us in problem solving. And I just wanted to get out, say that you said older kids, how does that apply? And Josh Hudson from In the Lakes, thanks for sharing, teaches 6th to 7th grade. And he's using zones of regulation as well. And he uses it in Google Form at the beginning of the day with attendance questions to help build connection in his classroom. And he also uses Brain Gym at that age group, mints, walks, breathing, and mass breaks when needed. Just to put that out in case you're not seeing the chat come through, you can see that people are putting in suggestions. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
I also want to mention just really quick, Jim, there are questions about some of the tools used in the toolboxes. Lots of times those are very specific and individual to students and what will work well for them. And a lot of this is tied to zones of regulation, which is another program that we've been using. So zones of regulation books have been kind of distributed to many of the special ed providers in your districts, as well as our COP staff. So if it's something that you're interested in and trying to get implemented into your class, please feel free to reach out to someone on your COP team and they can help you get that started, hopefully.
Thanks, Christy. All right, and Christy or Susan or Kim, if you see questions in the chat box that you want me to respond to, just let me know, all right? So I'll just count on you to interrupt. All right, so let's look at this then as we talk about that overview of TBRI. And so this first slide right here is the 3 principles. And we've talked, and certainly the video did, and I just want to kind of frame this so that we have, as Susan was talking about, a framework of what are we really talking about? So there are the connecting principles, there are the empowering principles, and then there's correcting principles. And our goal, when we look at these principles and you see the strategies, and one of the things I really like about TBRI is that it's strategy focused. In other words, it gives you activities from which to connect, empower, and correct. And so hopefully we'll get to some of those today, but certainly Judy's demonstration of what she does in her classroom and what Josh talked about through Susan talks about these connecting principles and certainly the empowering principles. And then this afternoon, we'll talk about the correcting. This morning, we want to focus on the connecting and the empowering. So when we're looking at this, I really want to look at this idea of being mindful, all right? And when Susan was talking about this teacher that says, well, what does he really need? And why does he isolate and go to that safe space when we have group activity? But how do we notice the child's cues so we're proactive? And that's why when Susan was talking about Josh, or every morning, what we always recommend is every class period, if you're in middle school or high school or in elementary, when they come in the morning, it's this, let's be proactive. Let's name right now. Now that you've been talking about the zones, blue, green, yellow, red, or some people just have red, doesn't matter. But why I'm saying that is it cues me in as teacher, as teacher aide, whatever my role is, to what's happening in that level of stress and how do we bring everyone into that place of learning in the green. So attuned to that means my goal is to create the environment first so that we all are ready to be able to take in information and process that information. The second part of this, and I really live this, is this idea of noticing my own triggers allows us to act rather than react. So again, I'm going back to what Judy said, I'm in the blue or I'm in the red this morning, is asking myself, is this about me? Is this about the child, my own history? What a great starting point. And this doesn't negate teaching and education. It's creating the environment from which that can really happen in the best way possible. And so when we talk about, is it me, the child, or my history, it's this taking a step back. So one of my triggers with kids, and my soul is kids, and I've worked my whole career, 40 years now, with kids, is recognizing that when kids are flat, all right, when kids are kind of this disengaged, it really triggers me. And so I need to be extra aware of not overreacting. Come on, or, just kind of disengaging myself. They're disengaged, I'll disengage, but rather entering their world. And I really like Judy again. She said about being blue, in that blue zone. How do we connect and honor that that's a real experience? But all of us have different triggers that we need to be aware of. And whether when a kid gets loud, whether a kid seeks control, whether a kid wants too much tension, whatever that might be, then how do we take a step back rather than take a step forward without recognizing what's happening for us? And why that becomes really important is the appreciation that I'm going to create a power struggle if I'm not aware of what my need is in the moment. If I'm aware of my need first, then I'm going to most likely disengage from that power struggle. So being mindful, that awareness. The other part of this is, how do you start once you've named where they're at? How and what activity do you do? As Judy talked about several different ones, but as a whole group, is it that breathing exercise? Is it that stretching exercise? And I've certainly seen that, Judy, in your classroom. All of you do different things versus let's get on and keep going. There's a great book in my undergrad is in elementary education. I taught elementary school my first 2 years of my career. But when I was in training, which is a long time ago, there was this book that has continued to impact me today. And the name of the book is The Geranium in the Window Died, but the Teacher Kept on Teaching. And it was this story about how this geranium, everybody loved this geranium. And one day the kids came in and it was gone. And the teacher didn't even address it. And yet the kids were wondering, what happened to the geranium? I really missed the geranium. Did something bad happen? And what happens then is that recognition that we have to name that experience that something is happening. Now, every day our kids are coming in, especially in time of COVID. I was on a teaching, as I said last night, and at the end somebody said, well, Whitmer has moved us back a step. And, anxiety went up. What does that mean? All right. What does that mean for me? What does that mean for my family? All the kids have a higher level of stress right now. But this idea of being mindful and then giving language is what helps decrease it, that puts us back to our thinking and our calm. And this is a quote that obviously comes from TBRI, but again, it's a very different experience than what I've learned about education when I was in certainly my own undergrad, but this idea of how am I going to heal? And what does healing mean? Healing means safety. It means somebody values me. Let's go back to Jody. Just think at the end, my question was, gee, I wonder what's happening in social studies that she's not failing. How is that class different than the others? All right. And what would be Jody's healing? I can't reverse the traumatic events, but I can have her walk away with a new wiring in her brain that says, wow, my teacher really cared for me. I really felt that. And so as we think about healing, we have to think about healing as a continuum. And we all have relationships in our life that have been with us a long time. And we have new relationships that we create that helps expand our experience of relationship. And so walking out of that classroom, whether it be social studies for Jody or some other classroom, to say this was different, makes such a significant long-term impact than we even know. I have a video of a boy that we did an assessment with, and he's had 15 placements. And in those 15 placements, you can imagine how many different schools he's been in, and he's 16 years old. And so when I say, tell me about teachers, and he talks about two teachers, one was in 5th grade, Mrs. Jones, one was in 7th grade, Mr. Smith, about how they were different. And when I asked him how come they were different, he said to me, I just know that they cared and they listened to me. And so when we think about now, he's 16, but he's carrying two teachers with him, that's the impact. And that's this slide about how do we create that place of healing for our kids. So I'm going to show this video that comes from TBRI. And this is something that we've really liked. And it is, let's see, I'm going to do this. All right.
Jim, don't forget to share your sound when you click the button to
Yep.
share your screen. Okay.
Yep, thank you. I need help. Thank you always. Okay, now how do I get back is the question. There we go. It is shared. Okay, so share screen. Okay, can you hear that?
We're not seeing it yet, Jim, or
Okay,
hearing it.
all right, I got it. Okay. There you go.
Children
You got it.
use their attachment figure as a secure base for exploring and coming to understand the world. When they feel safe, they will venture out and explore the physical world and explore the social world. That sense of felt safety is a crucial aspect to feel good about moving out into the world. So building attachment is a matter of building connection, and that programming makes us resilient, sensitive to other people's needs, sensitive to our own needs, and a healthy, well-functioning human being. In secure individuals, we see that rich set of connections. When we talk about attachment, we're talking about the dance between a parent and a child. How well we're able to dance together will determine how well they're able to dance with other people later in life. We also know that my ability to dance with my child is determined by my past to a large extent. But we know that infants who become securely attached have parents sensitive to their needs. But here's the key thing. If they're separated, secure babies look distressed, but the avoidant babies did not look distressed. So they learn to mask this internal state of fear and anxiety, and that's the origins of the avoidant adult's experience. A person may do fine in situations that don't demand interpersonal connection, but when they demand that interpersonal connection, they begin to flounder. An ambivalent baby looks like a secure baby. They can be hard to distinguish. Both babies are distressed when the attachment figure leaves. The difference is what happens once they actually reunite. An anxious ambivalent baby, they want to be reunited, but once they're picked up, they may push away a little bit, or they may be stiff, or they may kick their feet. We know from research that parents of anxious ambivalent infants have only been available inconsistently. There's a fourth classification, and that's called disorganized. A disorganized baby has no clear pattern to the way they respond. The person who should be providing them security is a source of pain and hurt, and that shows up in their behavior. When attachment is derailed, we have kids who look angry, can't regulate their emotions. In TBRI, we talk about principles. Well, the connecting principles are designed to promote the kind of relationship that leads to secure attachment. And the engagement principles especially make a difference for children who come from hard places. So it's structure and nurture. But the good news is there's the hope that comes from knowing that this can be done. And the path is awareness. The path is mindfulness.
All right, so creating attachment. So your kids are coming in with their own style of attachment. So in other words, as David talked about, it's secure, it's avoidant, it's ambivalent, it's disorganized. They're bringing that to you. And now the challenge for you is, how do you create a different experience if a child has disorganized attachment and or ambivalent attachment and or avoidant anxious attachment? How do you, because they, so how does that happen? So that's where us taking the lead becomes about our attachment style as an adult. It's about what we do, because we can quickly react to their pushing us away or their clinginess or their 1 minute they can't get close enough, the next minute they're pushing us away. And so our attachment style matters. Do we have secure attachment? So I'm going to show you, and I'm just going to show you this briefly, but I think it's so important that we look at this and reflect on this. So this is right here. Think about this yourself, all right? Think about, all right, what is my attachment style? And the first one is secure, all right? And so just think about, is this the way you relate to people? That's what attachment is. Not how they relate to you, but how you relate to them. So just take a second and read through this. Okay. And everybody wants to be secure. We all want to say, oh, I'm just secure, all right? Because, wow, isn't that the most healthy style? Well, it is, but the reality is that we carry many things with us in relationship. And so that may be a baseline for some of us, maybe not, but it's really one of these things of, this sounds really healthy. Now, when we go to this, dismissive, all right? Think about yourself, what components of this do you have, all right? And when you see emotionally distant, rejecting in an intimate relationship. So just read through that if you would. And the one that I really see in this is that idea that prefers autonomy to togetherness, all right? And that sense of, I'm losing myself if I get too close. And then there's some of us who have this, the entangled / preoccupied, where our communication is intellectual. We don't feel really good about talking about emotions. We kind of think oftentimes in a gender-based way, well, males aren't going to share their feelings, all right? You know, that's just how it is. Well, that's not the reality of that, but that's kind of the kind of expectation that sometimes we have. And so we kind of, as males, we're perceiving that male-dominated culture, that we kind of push emotion down as something that's more vulnerable and weak, all right? But the preoccupied is that I'm going to be cool, calm, but I'm certainly not going to emotionally invest, which really then compromises my ability to have relationships. I had when we were doing this in another ISD, I had a social worker say, "Oh my God, this is me. I'm very good in crisis because I never get emotional and I just take charge. But wow, I really see my vulnerability is that really limits my ability to connect because of my disengaging from my own feelings. I don't want to hear other people's feelings." Right? And then there's this one. There's the unresolved experience of what would be called the disorganized in the child, where we bring our own trauma to this. You know, the statistics are approximately 50% of children before they get to be 18 have had at least one traumatic experience, right? And so how is that branded into our brain? What is our experience of that? And then how does it affect us, right? So as you look at those different styles, and how in the classroom or when you're one-on-one with kids, what do you have to be aware of that when you get stressed, you revert back? Remember, stress always reverts us to lower parts of our brain and into much more survival mode. That's what we've always been, quote, the default mode of what we normally go to. Change is the process of moving that default mode to another wiring in the brain that the neuroplasticity of creating a new one. And that's why change is so difficult. But when we talk about, hey, I'm here to teach, I'm not here to establish relationships. There's a book that recently has been released and its title is Boys Are Relational Learners. And it's all about, they did a very large study in multiple countries that found that the better male, a boy, had in a relationship with a teacher, the greater output of learning he or she had at the end of the year, which is really exciting to me as a male, but also it really confirms why relationship is so important if we're going to teach. And certainly that's one of the key principles of TBRI, but it's also then this recognition of how am I creating that relational environment so as to be able to have my students learn as well as myself. So when we look at the connecting principles and we think about our own attachment style, there are 4 that we think are crucial that come out of TBRI. So people say to me, well, we know relationships are important, Jim. We know that, all right? Well, then how do we do them, all right? It's like one of the greatest challenges there is in the sense that people can say they're relational, but what do they do to demonstrate that, quote, relational engagement, all right? So I'm going to talk a few minutes about these and what they really provide as a set of strategies, okay? So the first one, when we talk about behavioral messaging, is how am I and what am I in terms of this nonverbal message that somehow creates safety and understanding. So where and how do I do that when my kids come into school? What does that really look like in terms of this match? So this video, which I'm going to show right now, and hopefully I can get this to work right, is okay. All right, so hold on a second.
Daddy.
I'm going to share this now. Stop. I'll go back. Share sound. So look at this in terms of the nonverbal, right?
Well, actually, we're from a lot of places. You see, we're from here and there.
Your family's story is waiting to be shared at Ancestry.com.
you. Great to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You ready, Chef? I don't know if you're ready. You ready? All right, what you got? Yeah, me too.
I'm going to show one more, and then I'm going to chat about this for a minute.
Okay. They need to work on that, right? Yes. Okay. Did you understand it though? No. Okay. All right. Huh? Oh, no, not this one. This is the grand finale of this. Yeah, that's the last one. That's what I was wondering. I don't know what they're gonna do next season because they did some stuff this time. Exactly what I was thinking. Oh yeah. Right. Don't bring that again. You know what I'm saying? Don't do the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah. Like go somewhere else with that, but don't bring it here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I said. And then it was like, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, what in the world? But don't do that here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Really? I thought the same thing. We think a lot alike, huh? Oh, that's crazy. Right.
All right, so let's talk about those for a minute. I love watching both of those. I've seen those many times, but I never stop getting tired. And so when we talk about behavioral matching, we talk about warm eyes, we talk about soft voice, we talk about touch. So the first video to me was this behavioral matching that's amazing, that you are unique and an individual, and we have our own ritual of welcoming. And the teacher knows each one. And what does that create? Well, that creates a value that you're willing to learn every single one of those as a way to communicate, I'm really glad you're here, without saying a word, right? Anybody ever get tired of the old, how are you doing? Oh, I'm fine, all right? I'm good, all right? What ways creatively can we use to make those connections with our students right from the beginning? Right? That behavioral matching. I'm entering your world, and then you can accompany that kid and then lead them to your world. Right? So I really like that first one. The second one is, again, the power of what? Language when there is no language. It doesn't matter if we exchange words. It matters whether if you watched him, he was matching that child, the dad, again and again, as to connecting in this intimacy without having a language of what were actually the words that we normally would use that may even take us away from how connected those two were. And what does that take? That takes our willingness to match them, because they're not going to be able to match us. We are always expecting kids to, quote, adapt to us versus first creating that experience where we're adapting to their need to help them through that. The second part of this that I want to say is that oftentimes teachers will say, and rightfully so, gee, Jim, I got 25 kids or 30 kids, however many kids you have. And how can I attune to 3 kids? I don't have the time. And yet there's a real experience that each moment that you're with, and if you are present and seeing that as opportunity for connection, it doesn't mean that you have to spend a half an hour with Bobby or Jody or whomever, because kids know in your presence that a touch, an eye contact, a soft voice creates you as the external regulator that you care. And in that moment, that provides the safety to keep them moving forward in a way that helps them learn. So just 2 great examples of that. And I'm sure each of you have your own kind of welcoming. I think what's most difficult sometimes is when you're a middle school or high school teacher and you've got a constant flow of kids every hour. And it's so easy to, gee, how am I going to go through this ritual every hour or every 2 hours, whatever it might be? But yet that millisecond becomes this kind of connector point, that it's a smile, it's a head nod, it's a I'm glad you're here, or whatever it might be, that then creates then this regulation and also this value. So just really wanted to bring that to your attention as we look at the different ways that this can happen. I'm going to show a couple more, and then we're going to do something else for the last few minutes. One of the ones that I think is so important when we talk about touch, and we've talked a lot about this over the summer with you champions, and what happens when we can't touch in the COVID, or how it limits us. And I think that's where so many of you had so many great ideas about touch, meaning do we have to physically touch or do we mirror each other, all right? So that mirroring creates in the other mirror neurons in the brain that are matching you. And in that matching of touch, when we maybe can't do this, but we can do this, there's that experience that my brain is doing the same as your brain. And there's a sense that builds connection on a secondary level because our brains are in sync, all right? And so I'm a toucher, and I have to say that over the last, since June, when we came back at CTAC, and almost it was a ritual every morning for 20 years, that when I would come in on a Friday, when we see our kids, I would go around the room and hug everybody as a way for me and for them to connect, and I haven't been able to do that. And it's been really a loss. And so we've been trying to figure out ways, how can we do that when we can't do the hugging, but still create the same experience, that I matter, you matter, and how are we demonstrating that connection? Right? The other part of this is, and something that can be very difficult for our kids, is eye contact. And eye contact for some of our kids, like Jody, may be very difficult because they feel shame. And looking into somebody's eyes can create the experience of you're looking in kind of this window into my soul. And so I don't want to look at you, all right, because I don't feel worthy, or I feel there's something wrong with me. And I want to say that we can build games. I do this game where we talk, and if I'm looking at Christy and we're going to play the 3-second game. And so Christy, we're going to look at each other's eyes for 3 seconds and then turn away and then come back. And now I'm going to count to 4. And now one more time, I'm going to count to 5. And we look into each other's eyes. And so in this way, what we're doing is we're creating relationship. And that becomes this opportunity that there's so many moments in a day for behavioral matching, for touch, for eye contact. And then the other one is this, is that they talk about voice tone, all right? And it's very interesting to me that how our voice changes. And so one of the things that I know about myself is I can have a very loud voice. And when I'm in the hallways at CTAC today, and when Mark talks, kids will be able to hear me as I'm talking. But when I go down to sit with a kid to talk with them, my voice drops several octaves, all right? And why is that? Because I want to get to their voice tone and I want to get to their level, because then I'm entering their space and want to use that way quietly and silently as a way to, again, strengthen that connection through voice. So as we do this, as we have this experience, it becomes so important that we recognize and appreciate that we have so many different ways that we can do relationship, and not just kind of say, well, I have relationships with my kids, but ask ourselves, what are the ways we do that? And what are the ways that we know that we, quote, have relationship with our kids in that way? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break here a second, not to stop, but we're going to take a minute just to kind of reflect about talking about relationship and building relationship, and think about questions or any of the folks from the champion group that have really reflected about how to build on what they are already doing to create stronger relationships that give our kids the baseline for learning. So thoughts on that as we take a minute to reflect.
If you want to unmute to contribute, you can, or you can put it in the chat and one of us will read it.
All right. Well, I'm assuming that everybody has really solid relationships with kids. And so that we're going to say, wow, we already got this, Jim. We're already there. And it's always amazing to me that every time I sit with a kid, I've got to see what does he or she need and how do I change my behavior to be able to, quote, match them. So it is something that I'm very aware of, that I'm going to go to their world rather than saying, you come to my world.
Jim, we had,
Jillian put,
yeah, go
sorry,
ahead.
Susan. Jillian put in the chat showing interests and their interests.
Yes, absolutely.
And Jim, I was watching a teacher in Gaylord that really had just incorporated, it just became natural for this teacher to keep saying over and over what his facial expression was throughout the day. So he said, man, I wish you could really see me smiling right now behind my mask because I'm just so happy. So conveying what's behind the mask when kids can't see it. I thought that was beautiful during this time. It just seemed to come so natural for him. And I'm like, wow, I think if you're conscious of it, maybe it would, become more natural to say those things.
Absolutely. And that mask does what? Create an unknown, right? And to say, here's what I'm doing. I want you to know that. Right? So we've got several people putting stuff in the chat box, which is great. Nicknames, narratives, writing. There's a great book that is written by a teacher, and the name of the book I wish my teacher would have known. And one of the things that she does at the beginning of the year is to say, what would you like to know about me? All right. And as a writing assignment. All right. So what do you want me to know about you? And she says it's overwhelming. And the reason why I wrote this book is because when I went to school, there were many things that were happening to me that I wish my teacher knew, but there was never an opportunity for me to communicate those. And so this book became kind of her calling to be able to say, how do we look beyond the iceberg and go down to really appreciate what may be there? So I think that is just a really critical way to appreciate. I want to hear. All right. And I have to say this because of my work in 40 years of trauma, is that lots of times, even social workers, we really don't want to hear our kids' stories. All right. It's too painful. And so if I can just keep you at arm's length, then I don't have to feel your pain. And that helps me, then that protects me. And yet that's the very thing that compromises our ability to make that connection, to be in that pain with that kid. And I do this all the time because so many, I mean, we see today we have 6 kids who are very traumatized at our center. And my message to our team is, how do we sit with them and hold their pain, not try to fix it? We can't fix it. But knowing that we're there and that you can help us understand your pain, our message is always, teach me about you. That's our job today, so that I can help other people understand you, because too often adults think they know, but they don't ask. So you have to help me to be able to let other people know what it's like to be you. And I just think that that's then opens up that door, that why so many kids share here anyways. And so I say that to all of you, because I think that when we ask, if we really mean it and our kids experience it, then that's going to be something that they clearly feel from us, in our sincerity and our genuineness. You know, one of the things that social workers are very bad at, and that happens a lot, is they might say to a kid, well, you can trust me, I'm really trustworthy. And my response is always, no, they can't trust you. Okay. Some of our kids, because of what they've experienced, when you talk about it, that attachment and those early traumas and hard places, what you should say is, hey, I want to be real. I want to be genuine. I want to listen to you. And I want to understand you. And I want you to feel understood. Okay. That's what we're really looking for. And I oftentimes say to our kids, I know that you can't trust me, and that's fine, because that's your experience. But I want to show you respect. I want to show you genuineness. I want to show you that I want to listen. And those are the ingredients in being able to provide, in a school setting, the environment to be able to learn.
Jim, we have a lot more in the chat, but I didn't want to lose one that I saw in there that from Rick. And he said it's difficult to build relationships when overwhelmed with a must-do list every day. And I think that's so important to acknowledge, that we know that you all have so much more to do, and this is so much more difficult teaching in the environment that we have at this point. So I think, you know, relating to kids by saying that you're human and there's so much more that you would like to do with them, and just being open with them. That's okay for kids to know that you're feeling some pressure to get some things done. And so if you didn't hear them, or you weren't present with them, it wasn't because you don't value them as a person, but there are so many things that you're trying to get done. I think just acknowledging sometimes really helps.
Absolutely. Christine, I think the other thing to that is the must-do list, all right? That puts us in that professional role, okay, as we talked about from the very beginning. And sometimes, because of the must-do list, we can lose track of the human part. And at that tension, living in that tension of the must-dos is really critical in being able, as you said, to verbalize, but also to recognize that what is Johnny going to walk away with today at the end of the day? Is he going to walk away with the recognition that Jim values him and he's looking forward to coming back tomorrow because this is the place that he feels valued? And my experience is that that to-do list, whether we got through 10 things or we got through 2, what's going to happen at the end of the day, and the most impactful thing, is that, no, I am valued and I do matter. And I didn't get all that I wanted to get done, but I did get done the most important things. And so I think part of that is, how do we prioritize, right? One of the things we hear everywhere we go, and we just got done training 83 counties in Michigan in child welfare on secondary trauma and culture climate, everywhere we go, people would say, well, we don't have time, Jim, right? That was the mantra. And my response is, when you're trying to create a culture in your classroom, which is a community, or a DHS with families, it's not about adding this on. It's about who I am, and it's infused into what I do. If we ever think about relationship as an add-on, it'll never happen. But if it's about creating that culture in a community of a classroom, that this is just what we do and who we are, that's foundational in moving to the learning environment. And I just think that too often it is that idea of I have so much to do, and we think of just more relationship becomes another thing to do versus this starts everything. So just reflecting, I think that's a really important integration and infusion.
If I could add a thought here as well, I think it's important to keep in mind too that the environment we're in, there's a huge to-do list for our students right now too, and they're feeling that, and we have more students who are academically behind than we've ever had in our careers, and we know how when we're feeling that pressure, it moves us into that red zone. You know, Tim experienced it at the beginning when things weren't working well, when he didn't feel proficient with technology at the beginning because it wasn't happening. You know, we feel that as teachers and educators when things aren't working well for us. We feel that extra stress. And when we feel that extra stress, we need that relationship even more. And now we have more students than ever feeling not good at school. So we just need to be, you know, recognize that and be aware of that and realize that this is a long-term project to get these kids caught back up. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in a marking period in a semester. And there's a good chance it won't happen in a year or two. It's going to be a long-term project. And we need to invest in those relationships for the long term and have faith that the learning will happen in the long term also. So just something to keep in mind.
I'll jump
Absolutely,
in.
Rich.
The window's open. I think there's so many things right now, both, thank you, Rich, for bringing up the students piece too in perspective, and being genuine and real. There's so much that we can't control right now. I know some administrators in some districts are walking around with, how many different ways can I say I don't know, and still be genuine without blowing it off? That's real, right? And kids need to hear that from us as well and understand that. But when you go to what we can control and what's being talked about in regard to foundational relationships with kids, we can control that. And then expanding upon that and starting with that foundational piece, that then empowers us to tackle the things that we can't control together to be more effective in what we're trying to do, whether it's instruct and guide student learning to actual student learning and growth in and of itself, rather than just focusing on the must-dos, because that's always going to be huge barriers that we can't control. And let's be honest, human nature says, let's throw our hands up. But let's focus on what we can control to help us get through those other things that maybe we can't.
And Dr. Henry, I'll chime in. One thing that you said that's really resonating with me, if we think of relationships as an add-on, it'll never happen. And I feel like I've been in a lot of meetings this week, and I cover, you know, a decent amount of area, a couple different districts. And I think, I know time is so short, but we're having interactions with kids. And so every interaction is an opportunity. And even if we have to correct behavior, I think, you know, giving people grace to say, hey, we are human, we are all human. And yes, we have these professional roles, but they need to be infused. And, you know, so again, just falling back on being human and real and genuine with our kids, even when we are correcting behavior, but letting them know it's not, you know, this isn't just my role. Like this, I'm worried about you, or I'm concerned, you know, whatever. There's so much more to it. And I think sometimes just having that allowance to be human is helpful for staff.
Absolutely. And I want to say two quick things, as I know it's break time, but there's a great Irish poet named John O'Donoghue, and one of his key phrases is, how do we be exceedingly kind to ourselves, right? And then the other is, how do we give grace to each other, right? And then everything that you said, Rich, and everything you said, Jamie, about the sign of the times, right, is a sign to be exceedingly kind to ourselves and give grace to our kids and each other, all right? Give grace to each other. And I think that crisis of the moment provides greater receptivity from people, all right? Because everybody's challenged and stressed in a much higher way than they've ever been before. And so what a great opportunity to then do that with our kids and each other. So thanks. So we're going to stop here, right? Christy, is it time to stop?
Yes, it is time for a break. And I'm glad
All
you
right.
said that, Jim. Our mantra at COP this fall has been give grace, not grief.
Yeah, right. Very well put.
Yeah.
So I want to say this, Mark will be in after lunch, after break, and then I will come after lunch. And so it's one of those moments in time I just want to share, being genuine as we're all talking about and transparent, is so now I'm going to go meet 6 kids that I need to be present to. And, you know, that sense of living this makes this so passionate for me, because it's not an idea, it's that moment to moment living in. So thanks everybody, and we will see you at 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Jim. Before you all take off for break, we have a quick giveaway. So Kim has a prize wheel for us. And before she does it, though, I should show you what the prizes are. So the first spin of the wheel, our lucky winner is going to get a singing bowl. So those of you who have the Mind Up curriculum or have heard of it or used it, the singing bowl is a great tool to use when you are getting students to go back to their core practice, which is breathing. It's just a good cue for that. Our second prize, actually I have to go back to full screen so that I can share my screen. Sorry about that. Our next prize is going to be a set of 7 posters that have the TBRI posters. So you get a set of 7 for your school. And then the last spin will be for a copy of the zones regulation. So we're going to have several prize giveaways today. We have district administrators' names on the wheel. So one of you lucky districts will be the winner. Okay, Kim, take it away. Kim is so awesome at these wheels. They're a lot of fun.
Okay, so our first prize is a singing bowl. So let's see who our winner is.
Yeah, I will be getting your singing bowl to you. Set of 7 TBRI posters coming your way to Vanderbilt. You won Zones of Regulation. So we'll get that book to you too. All right, thanks everybody. If you could be back at 10:30, we'll get started then. Okay, I know that some people are still coming back. I just wanted to mention that we had principals on the wheel for the prizes because we didn't have a list of registrants because we didn't require registration. So principals will be winning these prizes for their building and can decide how they will be used. Hopefully you got a nice little stretch in there. Maybe got a glimpse of the sunshine. It's kind of nice to see it after all those gloomy days. And speaking of sunshine, Dr. Mark Sloan is with us today. Most of you know him. He's a familiar face and a good friend of ours. Been working on some trauma work up here for the last few years, but also works with the Children's Trauma Assessment Center down in Kalamazoo at Western. And Dr. Sloan is here today to continue our day of TBRI. Are you on, Doc? If you are talking, your mute button is on. This is so amazing to have so many people on this Zoom, but it's really hard to scroll through everyone to see where you're at.
He's on, Christy. He's connected, but.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I can't find the screen sometimes. It just it's in there and I have to go back to the link. I swear. I feel like Jim that way. I'm a little better than he is at this, but not much.
All good. Thanks, Doc.
My slides now. You're gonna give me the power. The share screen power. Let's see here.
Kim, does he have screen share?
Looks like I do.
Okay. Perfect.
Perfect. Okay. All right, guys, this is a huge crowd. I can't believe I see that number 377. It was 387. I'm not tracking it or anything. It's kind of like the stock market. But I know a lot of you, tried to scroll through the names and I was amazed at how many folks I know. And that's because I've been hanging out with you guys for a long time. My Gaylord experience started in August of 16 but my COP experience started with Donna Jones, and I have to tell this story, and I don't know if Donna's on right now, but Donna, who's Christy's predecessor, sent me an email back over Christmas time of 16, and she got told about me by Cindy Pushman, who was at that point the DHS director at SEGO, and this great email from Donna. I got to talk to her, and I invited her to come to a training that I was doing at Sheboygan DHS, and she brought 3 of her early childhood folks, and I know including Ms. Fullerton. I can't remember the other people that were there, but so I'm doing this training at DHS, and Jim Henry warned me long ago, when you go inside of DHS, beware the DHS death stare, which is always like, made me laugh. It's like, wow, and I'm in that room, and sure enough, I'm seeing it all over the room, except for Donna and her 3 cohorts from COP were in the middle and literally were like glowing. And it was like, these people are not like these other people. There's something different about them. Oh, that's Donna and her colleagues. It was like, I'll never forget that. It was the start of a beautiful friendship, as Humphrey Bogart would say. And within a couple of months, I was doing some trainings in a place I'd never even heard of, Indian River, and 7 a.m. trainings, and 70 people are showing up. And I'm like, this is not normal in a good way. I was so excited about that. And that hasn't stopped. And I'm so glad that, they'll have me, and I'm back again for another fun year. We're doing some different things this year with my private contract, but the TBRI piece is my part of that is empowering. And so I'm going to, let's see, get the slides to work here. So I just made this slide like 2 seconds ago, so it's not great, but really what I was trying to think is, how does empowering fit into everything else that we're doing today? And really, when you look at it, felt safety is kind of in the middle. And safety's, and that's a TBRI kind of mantra. But empowering is connected to felt safety, and they're kind of mutually beneficial. So when we talk about empowering, we're talking about helping that felt safety, but safety helps empowering work better as well. So it's really kind of a starting point for us. So we'll spend some time talking about all sorts of practical things. But really, one of the key pieces of what we're doing here is empowering is all about regulation. And some of you, many of you have heard me harp about this. It really is everything we do in my world now as a doc has completely shifted from when I started 38 years ago, believe it or not. Makes me officially old, partly why I'm in my basement forever, it feels like. So regulation is the key. And basically, when you can keep regulation in an optimal place, it really solidifies safety and facilitates correction. So there's all sorts of reasons to focus on this. And this is, some of you have seen my slides about regulation. Really, the brain is exceedingly complicated, but it really is got some simple kind of big picture features. And so this is easy to take away from this. And if you've heard it before, oh well, you get to hear it again. So the accelerator and the brakes have to balance, and the brain is like a car in some ways. They both have kind of control mechanisms, but the cool part about the brain is that they're literally linked together, which is not like a car. So if you push, so when the brakes get pushed, it actually calms down the accelerator. And they come from different parts of the brain. The accelerator is down on the right there, the brain stem and the limbic system. And the brakes is in the prefrontal cortex, or the forehead, kind of separates us from other primates. And so this chart, some of you have seen it and go, oh yeah, there it is. So the Winnie the Pooh chart for energy in the brain. This is energy we're talking about, not emotion, energy. And energy is everything. And we spend so much time talking about that with Jim's pie plate with the colors on it that he held up earlier, the kind of the TBRI, checker, zones of regulation. All those things are talking about energy level and how do we keep kids in the middle, the just right energy level. The Goldilocks comfort zone is what I like to call it. Now, some of my ASD kids will insist that I take out Goldilocks because she doesn't belong there, because she's not Winnie the Pooh. Take it out, take it out. One kid literally made me tape a picture of Christopher Robin on top of it in my office. He would not let me do it through the computer. He goes, tape it. I just happen to have a picture of Christopher Robin. I don't know why. I did have one in my desk. And until I did that, he could not regulate. He was literally wired for sound because she didn't belong. But we want to know how to keep all of us there. And so everyone's got to be Goldilocks, including us. And, watching Jim this morning, it was fun in a way because he's human. I saw the stress with him when he started. I knew that the IT guy was there from Western, who was a nice guy, but Jim knows when the IT guy's there, that means there's a malfunction and somebody's trying to fix something. And yet when Jim was honest about it, it's like, yeah, I need to breathe, that because you can't do your job when you're wired. And adults have to be able to stay in that middle, even when the kid is not even close. So the other layers of this, let's go down to the bottom, the Eeyore level. And not sad Eeyore, low energy Eeyore. So, and also bored Eeyore. Now you guys can relate to this. Bored kids, are kind of a red flag, and boredom in a kid that's got everything else under control, they just figure out something else to do. But bored kids with issues, beware, because it could change. And often the shift in energy levels, because of the trauma impact on the brain, as well as prenatal exposure and genetic risk, as you have heard me talk about, can jump up from Eeyore to Tigger. Now, Tigger level is, we like Tigger. He's the poster child for ADHD and all. But Tigger levels are also just kind of passion and excitement. So Tigger's not all bad. We all get there. I'm sure I'll get there soon. I'm almost kind of there. We want to tell people about an exciting thing that happened to us. When we start talking about politics right now, can anybody stay out of Tigger? No. And Thanksgiving dinner this year, it's going to be interesting. From COVID to what happened at the election or whatever, everybody struggles with that. Religion's and other topics. Tough to stay at Tigger, because what happens if we're not careful is we move into Tigger on crack. And when I do state trainings, I have to change that to Tigger on Mountain Dew, which is so silly because they don't like me to say but kids, when I told them about this years ago, they loved it. It's like Tigger on crack. I have a friend like that. That's so awesome. Wow. Can I use that? And yet when we're there, it doesn't matter what age you are, when you are in that high level of energy, you cannot function normally. And after a few minutes, then you'll shift into full-fledged fight or flight. And that is never a good thing. So we want to be, and there's some time though, and on the edge of this. And one of the things I think that's valuable about TBRI is it gives us a lot of tools to use when kids are right on the verge. And you guys know this. And when I work in residential units, I see staff literally pushing kids over the edge. Not because they want to, but because they just do. And they'll start recounting recent events and recapping their scores. Do you really want to go there? Do you want to lose all the privileges? Do you want to miss that field trip? Are you kidding me? And so when we used to tape record these things, when Jim was running a residential in Kalamazoo, we could show the staff, look at you basically put him on the ledge and shoved him over and then consequated him for falling. That's how silly this can be. So we've got to be able to take steps when we're on that edge to kind of get him back down to Goldilocks. And my chart is different, but yet very similar to that red, green, blue energy chart that Jim was showing you earlier. So the other thing about kids that we struggle with is they go all over the place, and this is not unusual. Shifts of energy from all the way for the bottom to all the way to the top. This is mind-boggling when you watch it. It's also incredibly common. I had a preschool teacher once tell me she had a kid that was doing this 50 times a day. And she was sure he had a certain diagnosis that starts with a B. And I know you guys know what that is, bipolar, hello. That's why bipolar is still such a common diagnosis. That's why we see it in our CTAC kids often at 2.5 years old. Last summer, we had a kid with these diagnoses: bipolar, conduct disorder, and oppositional defiant disorder. How in the world does a 2.5-year-old get those three? Someone put that in the record. And no one would, of course, admit it, not after I did my little rant. Nobody came up to me and said, Doc, it was me. I did that. Because we see kids at 16 in residential that had those diagnoses when they were 2, and now they still have them. So we have to be better about this and say, you know what? I don't think it's necessarily mental illness. This is a brain that's impacted by trauma, and this kid is all over the board. What can we do to help him without labeling? So, calm down, doctor. It's going to be okay. So how can you guys facilitate this optimized regulation in the classroom, in person or virtual? I can't imagine teaching some of these tricky kids we have in a virtual classroom. Wow. It's maybe harder than doing this because I'm so used to bobbleheads. I've got Christy and Kim in my mirror right now, in my viewer, and they're my friends, and I love their faces. So this is helping me because I get, somebody likes me, but I don't have the crowd to help me energize. So I'm going to try to keep doing this myself. So here's the empowering component. So it's physiologic strategies that are internal. So how do you teach regulation through internal processes? And we're going to talk about each of these: hydration, nutrition, sensory, including music and movement. And then I've added medication in there. This is not an official TBRI tenet yet, but I'm working on them because they are seeing that our model for medication is all about regulation, and it's not about mental illness, and it's all about primary care doing it. And that's one of the things that I'm finding is one of my favorite parts of this work, is being able to turn primary care docs into trauma champions through this mechanism. So they feel like they're part of the team. And the same thing with the nurses that help us out. And some of you have been involved in some of the nurses visiting the schools. That's been one of my dreams for life. And it's so fun to see it unfold right in front of us. The other side of this is ecological. So what's the environment have to do with all this? How do you teach regulation through external processes? Things like routines and rituals, visual supports, and I can't see that last slide because I don't know what it says. Teaching through, I can't tell, but all right, that's okay. We'll get to it.
Sound, teaching through sound.
Sound, okay, good, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was a Sam add-on. So, okay, so let's start with the physiologic side of this. Teaching through internal processes, meeting hydration needs, nutritional needs, sensory, and meds. So let's start with hydration. So the summer camps that TBRI started with back in the aughts, and this is kind of early aughts, is when Karen Purvis started putting this model together. And ironically, and she was the one that narrated the first video you saw. And Karen has passed away tragically about 5 years ago from breast cancer. And Jim actually worked with her on another grant that we had at CTEC for violence prevention in Head Start kids. You know, it was basically a violence prevention grant that was funded by the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Office in Washington. And so Jim didn't, you know, he knew of her, but he didn't know she had put this whole thing together using some of our stuff, which is really interesting. They used some of our sensory research that we did at CTEC. So it was really fun to realize that. But the summer camps they put together early were like foster kids and foster parents. And they used to do dual programming, but they were looking at hydration early on. Now this is weird and interesting. Interoception, which is, I didn't talk about this yet. Interoception is that ability to understand and be aware of internal states of your body. And things like temperature, I'm hot, I better take my sweater off. I'm cold, ooh, I brought an extra sweater. You know, and noticing it before you're mad because you haven't done it. And kids that have trauma issues have issues with understanding their bodies. There's a blockage based on, most of it is based on the prefrontal cortex impact from trauma. So there's little monitors in the bloodstream and in the brain that give signals back to the brain saying, you know what, temperature's rising. It's kind of like Epcot, you know, and the little brain things when they have movie stars playing the different roles, they're given signals, hello, temperature's rising, please do something about it. Take an action. And so the action is take off your sweater, pull off your sweatshirt. And hydration is a slow process in terms of interoception. Even in normal kids, it's not as quick as we'd like it. So that's why we have to encourage little kids, especially, to drink, because they're not going to do it. Even if it's 97 outside, their first thought is, got to get back in that sandbox, must play with my neighbor friend. And oh yeah, and then until they're thirsty, and then it's like, I'm thirsty, panic call from the wilderness, I'm thirsty. So thirst is a late symptom of dehydration. And when you have trauma, it's worse. So we've got to take steps to intervene, because the research has shown when you do urine tests, and they were doing urine tests on kids to check for levels of hydration, and they were kind of astounded at how many kids were low, and they weren't even a problem. It's like, wow, that kid's low, he's dehydrated, wow, weird. So we have to be proactive. How do we do this? You know, improving access. Now, sometimes I get pushback from folks going, water bottles, Doc, it's going to be a projectile. We don't have water bottles, even plastic ones. I don't want to get hit in the head again with one. But we otherwise have to set reminders to have them drink. And it sounds a little bit over the top, but I think there are some kids, this can be a deal breaker if you don't do it. And it can be a big positive if you do it. So enough about that. So nutrition, also interesting. Hunger is also a fairly late sign. Blood sugar is faster. So blood sugar drops are noticed, but not everybody knows what it means. And so kids from hard places, they feel something when their blood sugar is dropping, but they don't have the insight to go, I feel like my blood sugar has moved from 90 to 60 in the last 4 minutes. And therefore I'm getting irritable, and please give me something to eat. That's not what you're going to hear. You're often going to hear a refusal for a snack. This drives foster parents crazy. I just offered him a snack 5 minutes ago and he said he didn't want it. Well, you know what he heard? Want my snack. I don't know. He didn't hear that the favorite snack of the world is on the list because he was doing something else. But then when finally it hits, I'm starving. And then it's their fault. And often I'm starving followed by 9 expletives, which is, again, unnerving for a new foster parent. The veterans kind of go, yep, you know what? This is what happens. Don't worry about it. So we've got to be aware of that and be proactive. How can we be proactive here? And the research for protein on a regular basis has been fairly well established in the adult fitness world. And they know this. The fitness folks say, you got to have protein every 2 hours. You just do somehow. And we haven't done the research as much in kids, but we really think that's a very big deal. Now, here's the problem. And you guys all are thinking this like, yeah, right. Protein snacks. Yeah. Good luck getting them to eat those. And again, creative. We got to be creative. We have to use this as an adventure. I sometimes will recruit the other kids to help because sometimes the other kids will know the guy and say, you know what? He hates all that stuff. You know what he likes? He likes peanut butter. Why can't we just give him that? It's like somehow. And it's like, wow, peanut butter, that was a good one. But with peanut allergies, oh my God, peanut butter is evil. We can't have it anywhere around. We have to be mindful of all those things, but we really have to try to do this. And even a protein snack at bedtime can actually help children's blood sugar during the night and in the morning, so they're not waking up with a 45 blood sugar and then instantly being mad, dysregulated, and off they go in a negative place to the start of the day. Okay, so sensory. And we've got, I found my OT friends in the crowd today, and I was looking for them. So we've got Julie and Ashley and Leanne here that are fabulous OTs, and you guys are so lucky. I know you know this, but I go to a lot of places. I was just talking to another county the other day who has one OT, that's it, one OT for 6 school districts, and I still haven't met her because she's so busy. I've been up there half a dozen times and I've been trying to get a meeting with her. And we're lucky, we've got some fantastic OTs. So I'm no OT, but I am OT friend. And I really believe this, and I didn't always. So I kind of have made this shift when I started working at CTAC and working with our OT faculty. They've made me a believer. So, but sensory is a friend of regulation, friend of mindfulness. I really think it's becoming a COP priority. I really see it. And it requires a collaboration between the OT and the educators. I think you guys are doing that as well as anybody. And proactive strategies can be shared with parents. If something works in the sensory world, we have to figure out how to get that home. Because guaranteeing you, that's not going to be a priority for the school, for the parents. And oftentimes it's looked at with disdain because they tried some damn fidget once and it didn't work. And I wasted $10 buying a bunch of them online, and there's no effing way I'm doing any more sensory. So there, what do you say to that? It's like, wow, thank you for sharing. I'm really glad. But we've got to be able to do this everywhere, because you can't, we used to say the other 167 hours was a book written by a therapist about homework for therapy. And the OT faculty at Western has kind of adopted that in the OT world. There's no way you can do an hour a week with a child that has sensory issues that are severe and expect that to be enough. But yet the bar has raised so high in the MDE world that you have to practically have CP to get full OT services. So we've been much more in a good place to do screening and consulting from our OTs, which they're doing now to help teachers in the trenches, especially gen ed, to do more sensory strategies. So we'll talk a lot about that. So we had a Kellogg Foundation grant back in the day that looked at 3 to 6 year olds. And some of you have heard me talk about this. It was a mind-blowing experience for me. I really got to see for the first time how OTs work in the clinic, because we got the money to design an OT treatment room in our clinic that I was seeing my 3 to 6 year old kids, and it was funded by CMH. But the grant allowed us to make a treatment room on the floor that I worked. It was just fabulous. And we had an observation room that was linked to it. So I could sit with the families while the kids were getting treated. And we used sensory and we used music. And so we divided the kids into 2 groups. So some got primarily sensory strategies, and others got primarily music. But it was cool because our whole model was, how can we impact regulation with sensory processing strategies or music and not have to do medication? That was the goal. Let's not have to do meds if we can't help it. So, but implementing this was tough. It's like, how do we take the things we were seeing that worked like a charm? The parents are seeing it work in front of them, and they're still giving me 11 excuses why they can't do it at home, because they don't have that gym and they don't have this at home. It's like, yeah, I know you don't. Let's get creative. But that's always the tricky part, is how do we actually do this? So, and again, apologies to my OT friends. I'm going to try to take a stab at this. These slides are from Brandon, our OT friend at Western that also works at a school. But sensory processing really it's about modulating and organizing sensory input to come up with a functional response. And again, as Brandon said yesterday in a training I was doing with him, when a baby takes a bite out of the birthday cake, you go, oh, it's so adorable. When we do it, not so adorable. Usually people are looking to do an intervention on us and have us go to rehab. I've wanted to do that sometimes. Oh, I just like to dive into that vat of Jello and swim my way out of it. You have these thoughts of when we're older, but for a 1-year-old, hey, the response is dive in and see what's there. It's awesome. The sensory systems, we think of the ones on the left: touch, sight, taste, smell, and hearing. Those are the big 5. But the sensory world, we're really talking about the 3 on the right. And before I got this whole thing, I really never gave this a second thought. And I was 20 years into practice when I got turned on to this. And Lucy Miller, who is a brilliant OT / researcher who's now got Parkinson's and is not well, but Lucy was instrumental in my transformation, because she wrote a book that was unbelievably helpful for me. It's basically a research book on sensory processing. But it really helped me see that this is the real deal. This is not some sidebar thing. This is literally pivotal. So vestibular is like the balance system of your brain, super complicated. There's, it's part of your inner ear is part of that. And some of it is your cerebellum in the back of your brain. Some of it is the posterior part of your spinal cord. All those things have to kind of blend together. Proprioception is deep pressure, of your joints and heavy work, and also sometimes just squeezing into a small space. I always say this, some of the kids we see are part gerbil, part boy. They like to just stuff themselves into a tight space, and it feels really weird when you're watching it. But to them, it's like, now I'm safe. This is good. We already talked about interoception a minute ago. So those 3 areas end up being key here. Okay. So here's a couple, it's a kind of a nice graphic. So we're really looking at internal sensations and environmental sensations, kind of sensory input from the inside and the outside. And in the middle, the overlap is this learning and behavioral functional response. How do you take all that sensory input and make sense out of it and come out with a response that matches the input? That sounds fancy, but we're all doing that right now. We always do it. You know, you're not consciously thinking about how your butt feels on the chair until I mention it, and you go, you know what, I really should have got that other chair out of the other room. You know, and I've got this really awesome office chair that I love, but just now I kind of was like, yeah, I better shift my weight around a little bit or I'm going to get stuck here. But that's something we're monitoring that, but it's not conscious, you know, but we've got to figure out, you know, to help kids not be overwhelmed by the environment so they can come up with better functional responses. So sensory modulation disorder, which is one of the many things that sensory processing kind of ends up causing, it's a problem turning these sensory messages into control behavior that match, you know, where the behavior matches the input of the sensory input. And that's from Lucy Miller's book. And again, this is, I'm learning much about this, and I'm trying not to be an OT. I'm trying to explain. I'm an OT, you know, kind of wannabe, really. So under-responsive and over-responsive. They're the 2 kind of main components. And these are the things you see often in the classroom. So under-responsive, they have a high threshold, meaning it takes a lot of sensory to get their brain to work the best. And some kids, and we see this, they're the spinners, and you see them on a sit and spin or even a stool that spins, and you kind of can't believe how fast they're doing it. They're kind of like, they want to be the Olympic figure skater and on the last spin before they're done, and you can't even watch it. If you're like me and have vertigo, I'm having trouble watching the thing happen because it's so intense. And Lucy Miller at one point had a NASA partner. She got an astronaut training device for her lab one summer and was able to have some kids go in it because she had a bunch of kids that she was seeing that had extreme under-responsive vestibular stuff. So they were going in the astronaut training, get all wired up. They had the helmet on, the suit, the radio contact. The parents signed the releases. And these kids were at 3 Gs, and were calling for more. But they'd already decided was 3 was the only, that was the highest they could go. Astronauts go to 12, by the way. But these kids were in their thing going, more, please more, I gotta have more. And they'd get out of that machine and they'd walk a straight line without any issues. Other kids were like, the control group was getting in there and they were getting out of the machine and they were falling down like they'd just gotten out of a really intense, amusement park ride. It's like, wow. But the kids would often say, those really high under-responsive kids, they'd say, wow, I've never felt better than I do right now with 3 Gs of centrifugal force, in an astronaut training machine. And the parents who had moved to Denver for the summer to help to work with Lucy would just shake their head and go, I knew he had a line. I didn't know it was that intense, because I'm always worried that he's going to get hurt when he spins, but that's what he's trying to do, get my brain to work. And this kid was 8 and he was doing that. So they will seek this intensive input. Over-responsive is more common. That's the kind of thing you see all the time. They have a low threshold for sensory. That's the kid who basically gets brushed up against, if he's got a tactile issue and he's over-responsive, a slight brush against him by somebody will feel like somebody's punching him, and he'll be turning around and wanting to throw down, because in his brain that was a threat. And that seems like behavioral, right? How many of you said, oh, come on, dude, are you picking a fight with that other kid? Don't do that. He wasn't picking a fight. He was literally reacting to a threat. It sometimes can be sounds. I was talking on the phone with a teacher this week from the UP. I have a contract up there with a school, with a hospital, and I've been working with a school. And this kindergarten teacher said, you know, Doc, this was a foster kid that had really had a hideous trauma history and was finally in a fabulous, safe foster care setting with a nurse foster mom who was just one of our best in the area. And this kid, like the second day of school in his new school, they had a fire drill and he lost his mind because of the sound. And what the school didn't know was every time people raised their voice to him, he would cower and say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, because he was reenacting his dad's, punishment and loud voice. And so then after that, interestingly, every day since then, the first thing he asks her is, I know I can't ask for the audience participation, is there a fire drill today? Every day, first thing he asks her. So he's avoiding that because he knows I can't go through that again. I might die. That's what he told her. I might die if we have another one. He's 6. He just turned 6. Yike. And then we see lashing out at the source of input. That stupid fill in the blank is doing this. And it can be, again, some kids that are sensitive, they don't have astronaut training requirements for their vestibular. They're car sick when somebody's pulling them in a wagon. They're so sensitive. If they sit in the back seat, you can guarantee they're gonna hurl. They're not gonna be able to handle it because that's how sensitive they are. And then we see this kind of fight or flight system activation when the over-responsiveness happens. So it's that severe sometimes. So hope that helps. So risk factors for sensory. Now, Lucy Miller says, there's 2% of the regular population has sensory processing disorder of some kind. But if you start adding in these other genetic factors, it changes dramatically. If you have ADHD, you have a 30% chance of having a sensory processing disorder. If you have anxiety, it's 50%. If you have trauma, this is our data from CTAC on a study we did in 2007, it's 65%. 65% of our kids from CTAC have sensory processing. And if you have FAS plus trauma, it's more like 75. And then the autism world has long known that if you have an ASD or autism diagnosis, it's more like 90%. But the problem with sensory and autism is people conflate the core symptoms of autism with sensory and say, well, he's got all the sensory things, so he must be autistic. It's like, no, it's common with each other, but it's not the same. And so all these factors, enter the equation. So this is a study done at UCLA. Gotta get my water, sorry. This study was done in about 7 years ago. And UCLA is a very progressive research institute. They do a lot of work with FAS kids and trauma kids. Well, they noticed that when kids had sensory processing disorder, they actually had changes in the brain that they could see on neural imaging. And diffusion tensor imaging is a fancy Star Trek medicine kind of a deal that looks at the whole brain and tracts of white matter. And what was noticed in this was they had abnormal white matter that caused a problem with the timing of sensory transmission. So it just kind of threw a wrench in the works. So normal stuff that we take for granted, kids with SPD can't do. So this is what I've been trying to drum into the heads of my docs that I work with, is that sensory processing disorder is brain-based. It's not some choice the kids make, and it's not some voodoo. It is brain-based and needs to be, handled that way. So chronic trauma disrupts integration of the external and interoceptive systems. So both directions, trauma has an impact with that. And that results in these brain arousal problems, like I showed you before, the aorta tigger, that it adds to those variations. Now, it's not only that's not the only problem, but it's a major piece. And what you can see from it is things like irritable. If you're an infant, sometimes babies with sensory issues are just irritable. We see it very commonly in babies with addiction. They're born addicted, they get treated in the NICU, they get medication, they get weaned off the methadone, they get released with the family or a foster family. And people think it's over, and OTs that work with this population, they know better. These kids have significant sensory issues, and they're like 1 month old, 2 months old. How the heck do you work with them? Well, we're working on that, because you got to do it with a dyadic model, meaning you got to treat the mom and the kid at the same time. We see disruptions in sleep, feeding and elimination. When we were doing our grant, it was so funny. It was the joke around our office was, Brandon's got kids coming in, so clear a path to the bathroom. Because invariably, when the kids would work with Brandon, they would get regulated after a few minutes. And as soon as they did, they knew they had to go. And so they would make a beeline to the bathroom, which luckily wasn't very far from the clinic room. But it was literally every time. And the parents would sometimes say, well, I couldn't get him to go to the bathroom. I knew he had to go, but he wouldn't go. And as soon as he got regulated in the clinic, there he went. And so when he's not regulated, he can't tell, that the bladder stretch is a big thing. Potty training involves awareness by the child that feeling in your groin is, I gotta go. And there's 3 levels. I've talked about this a lot with some of you. 3 levels of bladder stretch. There's, DEFCON 3, which is you've got an hour, and you may be sitting there now going, God, I should have gone during the break. Now you can leave and no one's going to know because your video's turned off. So that's great. If you're in a meeting and you're in the middle row and you can't get out of there, sometimes it's like, oh no, because DEFCON 2 is you got 10 minutes. DEFCON 1 is, oh my God, you have 30 seconds. And that's when our kids notice. And then they start doing the dance. You've all seen it with your 3-year-old. I don't have to go. I don't have to go. I don't have to go. Oopsie, I had an accident. It's cute when they're 3, not when they're 10. They're 10 and it's winter and they're out in the playground and you just get them zipped up and then you hear the note and you go, I think I gotta go. It's like, where were you like 5 minutes ago, dude? You weren't paying attention to it because they're not aware. And we see learning issues come from this and affect regulation issues. So a lot of sensory triggers are out there. This is something that I think we've got to just know this going in. Sensory triggers are out there and they can be all sorts of things. And it can be a combination of things. What I've noticed is the right combination of light and sound and smell can merge and often cause a major meltdown. We had a case once, it was in like a 4-year-old or 5-year-old, it was a Head Start classroom, I think. But it was a kid who had really been struggling. We'd been working on this kid for about 3 months and the teacher was really great and she was so excited. And one day something happened and she just was like, wow, I'm really good at this. I love my job. And she's walking back to her desk from the table where the child was at. And before she got there, the neighbor of the kid was flying across the room, sliding on the floor and hitting the wall like roller derby. And it was literally that quick. And wow, what the hell was that? Well, it turned out, we patched it together, that the girl that was flung had whispered in the kid's ear that she knew his daddy was back in jail because her mom was sleeping with his dad, or whatever, her dad was sleeping with his mom. And that was a trigger, but so was the perfume that this kid put on because she wanted to wear it. And it was the same perfume that the mom used to wear when she went out to do prostitution and took him with her. So it was probably the olfactory trigger that caused this kid to turn into the Hulk and fling this kid across the room. Now, there's no way you could have known that when it happened. It looked like vicious, willful aggression, but it was literally an olfactory trigger. Crazy, but true. Touch can do it, sight can do it. It's just, it doesn't matter, but it's always possible. We have to always be thinking that way. So Brandon always says, when in doubt, heavy work for trauma. Heavy work, because heavy work has been our best weapon for lowering energy level. And it is interesting, it kind of helps everything. I got a principal that was a long-standing enemy of trauma, is the best way I'm going to put it, enemy of trauma. And one day I finally got this person engaged in sensory talk using the military as an example, because I knew I was going to have to come up with something creative. And I said, you know, give me 50. You like, give me 50, you know, that push-ups. I love that. I love that. That's what we need, more of that. Yeah. I was a Marine, blah, blah, blah. Give me 50. Yeah. I said, you know, that's sensory. Excuse me? That's a sensory move. Why do you think they do it? Why do you think the Army does it? Because when you're doing 50 push-ups, you can't be angry. And the kids that learn that want to do those in class. I mean, we've got kids that say, you know, why can't I just do those? I'm not going to make a scene. I really maybe won't kill that other kid if I can do that. So we saw that. We had a climbing wall at our clinic that we put in that was, you know, it was not that high, but we had a climbing wall, loft, and a crash pad underneath. So some kids, the circuit was climb the climbing wall, stand on the loft, jump into the crash pad. It was great. One kid did it 57 times in a row. 8-year-old girl, she was 5'2", I swear to God. Her dad was 6'10", and her mom was like 6'2". She was like Land of the Giants, 8-year-old with 137 IQ, we found out later, only because we did her IQ test after 57 wall climbs and jumping into the crash pad. And then she was ready to do the test. And her WISC IQ score was 100 from a school from California. And she literally had 37 points higher because she was actually regulated then. So heavy work is huge. So other things that you can do, now these are things that, you know, the OTs that your friends are much better than I am at this, but I want to comment on a few of these. The TheraBand, the picture there, Brandon turned me on to that. I've got those in my private office, and they're like weight training TheraBands. And Brandon likes to use the dark blue ones are like the second to the strongest. The black was the strongest. And you just cut them and tie them on the chair. And we've been really excited about the effects of these. And Brandon always says, if he had only one sensory thing to take with him on a desert island, you know, that's what he'd take. And they wear them out by Christmas. He said, if you start using them in September, they'll wear them out. You have to redo them. But in middle school kids, we just put them on every chair, every room. And the other kids might complain, I want TheraBand on my chair. And if they don't really need it, they're going to do it like for one day and they're going to go, yeah, I don't know, that's no good. The kid that needs it is like, this is like breathing life into me. I love it because they can do it a different way. Some kids like pulling back on it. Some kids will do both, push and pull. It's very cool. Chair lifts, you know, you can do for that. Weightlifting has been a real positive for some older kids, especially kids in JJ. We've had a lot of juvenile justice folks kind of try to use weight training, and we can do that in the school. I've got a scenario later that we'll talk about that. So pedal desks are fascinating. They're starting to become more prevalent. It's basically a bicycle pedal mechanism that's covered and super quiet, and that's kind of integrated into the desk. And they make them in singles, doubles, triples, and then 6 at a time. There's one setup that where you can have 6. Some kids, that's how their arousal stays normal, doing that all the time. And it's not disruptive because it's so quiet. Mini tramps, sit and spins. Again, I get looks from people like, mini tramp. Yeah, I'm going to put that in my classroom. Well, you know what? You can. You know, they're small. You can have it in a corner. I've seen kindergarten classrooms in COP using them. Pushing a cart to deliver the mail in the office. Using the office as a place to help out lifting heavy boxes. heavy work that actually has a function is kind of doubly helpful. So what we're trying to do is, like at home, we'll go with grandpa and help him move the firewood. We need some firewood. And sometimes the grandpas have a relationship with the kid. They'll just decide to have him let's just move the pile from here. I really want it over here. It's like the piano mover. It's like, can you move it over here? I really like it there. And that can really help. Breathing exercises is a sensory model. So is yoga. And I know a lot of you are doing that. We were struck by how important yoga was in some of our behavioral classroom models we've used before, because the kids discovered, wow, when I do that yoga, I can't be mad. That's weird. What is that? I thought it was for girls. I didn't know it was so good. We had a whole classroom kind of transformed by yoga in one school we worked with. Okay. So implementing. Yeah, sounds good, Doc. Not going to happen in my classroom. Come back when you've got it figured out. Well, as Sam put this together, sensory strategies are like recipes. They can be complicated. And you got to have that collaboration, because, just because you did a training on sensory doesn't make you a sensory expert. And the OT folks are, and they want to help, and we have to make sure we continue that collaboration. I think I'm really a firm believer that sensory strategies should be considered programming and not reward or punishment. And you got to kind of just customize that however works best in your world. Okay, so let's talk about music a minute. I think I'm still good on time, right? I guess I have to 12, right? Oh my God, I'm going to finish on time. It is miracle. Okay, so music and movement. So music actually fits in both categories, the physiologic and the ecological. We'll talk about that in a second. It's the first cousin of OT. Music therapy is really, there's so much overlap. In fact, we had kids in our grant that we were convinced would have benefited from both. And I was asking my OT and my music therapist in that grant, when they would assess a child, they used to assess the kids together. And I would ask them, give me a yes, no, if you think that kid is going to be a candidate for OT or sensory intervention. And I'd ask that to the OT, and I'd ask the music therapist, yes or no, music is a good thing for them. And it was amazing that out of like 12 kids, I think on 2 or 3 of them, they both said yes. But the other kids, none of them said no to both, but they almost always were, they could tell which kid was going to be a candidate based on their reaction to the assessment tools we were using. So building capacity for music is the tricky part, because there just aren't enough music therapists. And we have a fabulous one in Gaylord, Sarah Peterson. If you've worked with her, she is just fabulous. I love her to death. And she's actually recruiting another one because she's busy enough now. I think she's going to be able, because she really wants to do consulting around the area. I think she's so good at it, along with her direct services that she's doing. And we just, when I got to watch our music therapist, Caitlin, in the grant down in Kalamazoo, it really was literally the first time I'd ever seen a music therapist work. It was just incredible to watch, again, with the families while they were getting the services. I'm sitting with dad, grandma, mom, caregiver, and they would just be shaking their head going, wow, that's just weird. I've never seen him do that. I've never seen him this way. I've never seen that. It's like, yeah, you know what? Music might be the key here. So everybody likes music, most of us. How do we use it to help our kids in the TBRI framework? So I'm getting lots of phone calls. Sorry about that. I'm ignoring them. So secret weapon for regulation treatment is music therapy. I'm just convinced of it. Every culture in the world, except us, sadly, uses music and rhythm for healing. Every culture. And that's our Van der Kolk's group. He wrote the book, The Body Keeps the Score. A lot of you have read it. He was a 9/11 consultant. And his group has done some amazing things looking for this in different cultures around the world. And the basic science for music therapy is solid. The adult neurogenic music therapy clinical evidence is also good. That's like a stroke patient that gets out of the hospital 3 days earlier because they had music therapy involved in their rehab. That's why hospitals like music therapists, because it saves money. But we don't have that same evidence base for kids yet. And in Michigan, Medicaid doesn't cover music therapy for fee-for-service yet. But Illinois and Indiana, they do. It's like, why? I don't know. Better lobbyists, you know, that kind of thing. But there's a wide role. But you know, we can also use music without having a music therapist. But we're trying to build that capacity with different ways, because I'm convinced that it's just a you know, underappreciated modality. Okay. So it started with this. I love this. Freud with a tambourine. That's what the music therapists that do work with trauma, that's what they call themselves. And back in the 40s, after the war, there was a lot of the psychodynamic psychoanalysts were realizing that a lot of their adult clients did much better in terms of connecting and disclosing if they had music involved. And that's kind of how it evolved. Again, we had our grant that we did at Kellogg Foundation had music involved in it. It was fabulous. And one of the things about music therapy that's cool is it's very much a dyadic model. So parent and child gets treated together. And there's often, and what Caitlin would do in our grant she'd work with a kid for the first 20 minutes or 25, and then she'd bring the parent in for the last 15. And that was when we could automatically start programming the parents for what to do when they were home, because we really were convinced that we've got to get this in the home setting somehow. And they'll often use, you know, same song with many variations to impact regulation, the loudness of it, the fastness of it. We'll talk about that in a second. And what I was also impressed with is that Caitlin would add like executive function strategies in with everything else. And so she would have the kids stop what they were doing instantly and see if they could do it, kind of musical chairs kind of things. And so there was a start and stop piece. And a lot of these kids that we saw had not had any practice doing that. They just had no idea. And their executive function part of their brain was really underdeveloped. But that dyadic model has really been a big part of this. So here's a slide that shows the brain impact of music. It's like, wow, that's not like a fake slide. That's like how many parts of the brain are activated by music. I think that's one of those kind of takeaway things you go, whoa, there's something to that. Music soothes the savage beast. You know, that's been around for a while. So here's parts of the brain that are involved here. Basically, the cerebellum, which is the back part of the brain that looks like a cauliflower, it's got a freeway connection with the limbic system. That's one of the reasons that rhythm is so powerful and drumming is so powerful. My sister's a music teacher and retired now, but she's a world of drumming specialist. And she had changed her classroom situation dramatically after she started doing that. And she was in a school with about 600 kids. You know, it was a school that was in suburban Knoxville, Tennessee, but a lot of their kids were from the mountains, and a lot of her kids hadn't been to school until they were 10. And so she was astounded at how much having that drumming as a core part of her teaching helped behaviors on kids with trauma. Okay, so here's some slides from Sarah to help us kind of get organized on this too. So value of music therapy, we've been talking about it. Enhancement of expressive ability. It kind of is, it can bridge the gap with language impairment, because you don't need language to do that. And sometimes you can actually help language kids by having them sing lyrics. You know, I've got kids that I see that, you know, they're struggling with expressive language, but they can just belt out the lyrics of a song they like, and it's almost like practice, and we can use it for practice for articulation as well. Improving social emotional interactions, it increases attention, helps motor planning, and flexibility and creativity. So it's reality oriented and structured. It's organized. The rhythm organizes and energizes. I love the way she puts that, focusing on process, not the product. So it's like, how are we doing this? How are we getting from A to B? The journey is important here. Multiple areas are impacted. It can be verbal or nonverbal. It helps awareness of ourselves and others. And then it's got that kind of marriage with sensory processing and enhancing creativity. So here's the kind of a typical session with music therapy. If you're wondering what the heck happens, you know, there's a hello song that they often sing. That's what Caitlin would do, customized to the kid. Then they'd start with some calm activities, because our kids were often, when they came to our grant, they were wired for sound. And we started having an intern, MSW intern, ride with the kids from their home to the clinic. And we got a good, you know, explanation for why they were so wired on the way, because they were being yelled at basically the whole way to behave and don't embarrass me. And like last time, you better behave, you better go to the bathroom when you first get there, blah, 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 blah. So we'd spend the first 5 minutes doing some calming. And then once we got them down to a good place, we started getting more active. Then we did more calming, then more active. And then kind of the activity peaked about then. And then it was more calming, and then more calming, and then goodbye. So they left in a good place. So it was kind of, that was the pattern. And you can do in the classroom, there's a lot of things you can do. You don't have to be a music therapist to use this, but, you know, singing, sequencing songs, tapping and clapping and stomping, singing songs that you know, stop and go activities, drumming, all those things are doable, possible. And songs that you know are songs that you know. I saw Caitlin sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star like 5 different ways. She sang it as a lullaby, as a reggae song, as hard rock. And it was quite interesting to see the response from the kids, because they were often like, hey, you can't sing it like that. Oh, you can? Hey, I like singing it like that. Let's do Twinkle, Twinkle, Stomp, Stomp, you know, let's stomp it out. And it was interesting how you can take something like that if you're not an accomplished musician, you know, and you don't feel really good about, you know, performing for your kids. You can sometimes take something fairly simple like that and use it. So what if you can't find a music therapist, which is very common? Music Together is a very interesting group that is been around for a while. It's in New Jersey. And their whole model is, how do we get music therapists, you know, or music into places that don't have a therapist? And it's a logical solution to increase that capacity. It's a dyadic model. They do groups, but now they have a school-based model on their website that you can hang out and look at. Some of their stuff is free too. It's really, it'd be worth a look there. That in the website's sitting on top of that slide. And so Music Together teachers are not necessarily music therapists, although some of them are, but you can have music teachers do it. You can have musically talented social workers do it. Anybody who can carry a tune and basically keep time and rhythm and are not afraid to actually show it. It doesn't count if you can just do it in the shower, but if you can do it outside of that, then you can be trained to do this. It's a 3-day training. Grand Rapids has one every year. They've switched most of their stuff to virtual now because of COVID, but and we're trying to get we actually have the commitment from Caroline Blank, who's one of our friends that works at Music Together. She's also a private practice music therapist. She's already agreed to come to Northern Michigan. If we can get enough people to do it, then you wouldn't have to go to Grand Rapids. So maybe after COVID, we can look at that, or even before, if people want to do it virtually.
Jack, I just wanted to point out that there's lots of great ideas going through the chat. So if you're not seeing those, if you click on your chat so that you can see some great ideas, they are there.
Thank you, guys. So I can't do that monitoring, but thanks for doing that.
Not you.
Okay, good. So interestingly, Music Together has a special needs track that's kind of leading to us to kind of try to come up with like a trauma-informed Music Together. And they've got some data from even kids with fetal alcohol syndrome out at UCLA that just doing the music together group model for like 8 sessions had improved regulation in a significant way, which is really exciting. So we're hopeful. Okay, so let's switch to just a couple minutes on medication. This is not the focus of TBRI, but I wanted to mention it because you guys, because I'm a doc, this is what I do. I've done this forever. And some kids need medication to do this. They just do. And that's tricky to know which kids. There's no way I want to medicate every kid. But I have also learned in my 3 to 6 year old clinic, and I worked with those kids for 14 years. We had 500 kids, I think we saw over that course in time. I ended up medicating about 350 of those kids. And the way we did it in Kalamazoo is the infant mental health folks would work their program first, which was kind of a in-home program that was designed to help kids with their development and regulation. And if they weren't able to work their program because the children were just not coming around with all the usual, then they would bring them to me and I do a consult, and then we would do OT or music therapy after the grant was over as a first step. And then if that wasn't enough, or if they really couldn't get through the sessions, we would look at meds. So our med model is definitely regulation targeted, and it's basically designed to not treat the mental illness piece of this puzzle, because some kids really have severe mental health issues. And believe it or not, you can have bipolar in a 4-year-old. I know it sounds weird. There's a doctor in Stanford in California that is the preschool bipolar specialist. Kind of crazy if that's a thing. It is a thing. Dr. Kiki Chang is his name. And he's done some amazing work. His lab is very extensive. He has neuroimaging, and he has a webcam at home tracking the meltdowns, and he has a genetic program that looks at genetic loading. And yet so many kids that we see, they don't have bipolar, they have ADHD often. And if parents are substance abusers, this is something that we found to be literally every time. Meth addicts have ADHD till proven otherwise. They just do. So if both parents are meth addicts, guess what? That kid's got heavy loading for ADHD. They just do. And waiting to treat them because till they're older is kind of like telling a diabetic kid, so you know what? You got some issues, but you're just pretty little. We're gonna wait to do the full bore treatment for you until you're a little older, even though you're gonna feel like crap. Sorry, we wouldn't do that because we can do it differently. So anxiety is another one that's super common. And opiate addiction, in my mind, is a very heavy load for anxiety, because when you have anxiety, genetics, and trauma together, that's a lethal combination oftentimes. So the mission is, how do we get that Goldilocks comfort zone going? And because it's not working to do our usual stuff. And my whole thing is, we do it at the right time. There's no earlier or later. It's like the appropriate time is the appropriate time based on circumstances and what we've already done and what's possible and parent opinion and parent interest and all that stuff. But again, med use does not imply mental illness. So without school input, we can't do this. And so that's what's been so fun about my project with you guys is getting the schools and the docs hooked together. There's nothing better. It's the only way. When I talk about COP to other places, I get that look, it's like, I hate them. Why do they have that? It's like, because they wanted it and they worked with us, and it's not going to happen overnight, but it's the gold standard. There's no doubt. When we have nurses coming to the school, my God, that's nirvana for me. So that, and when we also have CMH in the loop, and that right now we're really lucky that North Country CMH has been unbelievably cooperative and interested, and we've been working with them for a year now, thanks to COP letting me work with them and paying me to do it. That's changed the culture. And so now we're able to get Dr. Vogel in the loop, and she definitely wants to know those things. She wants to know. And she said, I'm embarrassed at what I don't know about the school. And it's been very fun to see those folks kind of transform. So the care manager nurse is essential. That the ultimate in the doctor's office is a nurse that doesn't have patient responsibilities, and her job is to be the link. And when we can have that, wow. And now there's a state program to supply care manager nurses to primary care offices. And it's starting to become more widespread. So we're hopeful that that's going to be the norm soon. And again, that nurse is that link between the school and the doc is huge. Okay, so how are you going to do this? How are you going to implement this stuff, as we've talked about? How are you going to implement hydration, nutrition, sensory strategies in music? And that's going to depend on you. And you're going to hopefully talk about some of that when you have your small groups, but it's mainly a personal decision that each teacher has to make. How much can I do and who's going to help me do it? So let's talk a little bit about ecological strategies before I do some examples before we break. So external processes, supporting transitions, creating predictability, structure, rhythmic and sensory rich environments. Huge. Routines and rituals, visual supports, and teaching through sound. I think I got a slide for each one of these. Yeah, so predictability and playfulness precede felt safety. And it's really amazing how much this works and how much this helps. And when we don't have it, it's really obvious. The nurture groups that I think maybe Jim has talked about this morning, I hope he did. I was off for a couple minutes, but nurture groups, I think you have a handout for those. Is a really cool way to do kind of a ritual, fun kind of start of the day. The TBRI model is very kind of well structured and thought out, and you can use that time to teach kids about their energy levels, and you can blend in zones of regulation and mind up with that. Setting timers, giving those bus station warnings before transitions. Obviously, those are basic things you guys already know about. Visual schedules. Wow, we don't realize how valuable those are, even in older kids. Now, they don't necessarily want to tell you that they need that, but you know what? They won't fight it. And I'm amazed that even like middle school kids, can really benefit from that because they just don't have to process that hard to follow it. Visual supports, doing those TBRI engine plates. Are important. And then daily use of these can help to develop that child's understanding of that body awareness and self-regulation. How do I go from red to green and blue to green? And how did I go from blue to red, and what happened, and how can I not do it next time? And I think the progress after the intervention is really huge. And when I talk to therapists now, I'll often tell them to make print out that Tigger on Crack slide and just use that with some of the older kids. And it's like a map, and they can trace their progress on that. So I think those are all important things. So teaching through sound, music and rhythm facilitates regulation. And Bruce Perry he's a trauma psychiatrist, talked about pattern, repetitive rhythm activity that it's mediated through the brainstem, kind of helps decrease energy and anxiety. Calming music works together with rhythm and activity via the same kind of pathways, limbic system and cerebellar issues. Now we had a classroom, I'm not going to name which one, but it was a COP classroom, and there was music being used on a regular basis. I didn't realize that the teacher had kind of looked online and found some calming music that worked for ADHD kids, et cetera. And it was, I didn't notice it. It was probably, I was probably helping me. But one of the times we went to the classroom and this person wasn't there that day. And so the music wasn't playing, and the kids were going, the sub's playing the wrong music. And I didn't know what they were talking about until later. And I realized that they really loved that music. And it was better than anybody realized in terms of, impact in a positive way. And it was funny, the kids were like telling us, as usual, as they're acting out, as they're throwing stuff at each other. And it's like, okay, hint, hint, the music is the deal maker, And so those are things that I see RTC rooms around the area that do that. And I think you have to be creative and patient and try different things to see what you can do in both the regular classroom and in the, in RTC.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
Can you explain Magic Mustache a little bit more?
Yeah, Magic Mustache is kind of a crazy positive intervention. It's basically a acupressure. So you put your finger under your nose and push. And I'm telling you, I use it. It works. I use it on an airplane. And now that I'm not flying, I sometimes use it when I'm throwing stuff at the TV, depending on what I'm watching. But the kids think it's fun because it's goofy, but you can use the signal to the kid, even like this, and kind of help them see that, maybe you should use that, because it can by itself reduce brain energy. And something that when Jim talks about correction later, it's one of the things that we can do to reduce the level. So it's an acupressure technique, and it's so easy, but it is really underappreciated. I'm glad you mentioned that, Christy. Thank you. Okay.
And Jim, I know Karen Purvis talked about this and Stephanie Grant, but this is really for any age, and we do it in meetings. We see people do it all the time where they lean forward, right?
No, that's awesome. I love that.
So it's really for any age, and it has the same impact. It's not just, putting your finger up there. You can lean forward on your desk. This is for all ages.
And I've had teachers say, when I give the kid a signal, I'm doing it to myself. I'm not just mouthing it. I'm actually doing it because I can see myself getting wired, thinking he's about to lose it, he or she. So, so here's another thing about that. Dr. Vanderkolk had a team. They used this kind of sound environment when Turkey had an earthquake back in '99, I think it was. They went to Turkey with his team, and they worked with 30,000 kids, which just sounds like it's not possible. They went to classrooms and did this, and it was kind of a dance therapy, music therapy, sensory strategy model, but they had music playing the whole time. The kids started in the fetal position, and they played with the background music to get it to be right. But they found that one session for like 3 hours was incredibly beneficial for the kids that went through it. And when the kids they couldn't get to, when they did some data analysis later, some of the places that didn't have it had much worse outcomes than the kids that did. So how do you do all that? Again, you got to figure out how to do it in your building. But the implementation is always the devil. The devil's always in the details. Okay, so let's see if I can, so I'm going to show these pictures. I'm going to have Susan hopefully call on some volunteers to talk about their own experiences. But here's Sam, our infant mental health and CTAC trauma specialist that some of you heard in August. Sam's got foster kids now, and she's got basically a sensory lab at her house, and she's got a swing that she uses for a vestibular, and with a pad underneath it. It's just some things that, here's another, this is the future gymnast that's hanging by it. And the swing is set up so it can be rotational or linear. So, and some kids like both, and it's not going to twist and tangle up the cord. It's going to actually let you do both. Obviously you got to have an adult that's there. She has an obstacle course in the basement, and those expanding obstacle course things are really cool. They're kind of tubes you can crawl through. They're kind of see-through, so you can see the kid, and they can crawl through to get to a goal. She's got a mini tramp with the guards on it there in the corner. She's got some balls that kids can sit on. And again, they just decided to make their basement a sensory lab. They've got the hammock that holds a bunch of different kids. They've got that circular balance kind of thing, whatever, that kind of a reverse teeter-totter. They use laundry baskets. A lot of kids like crawling into those. It's just like a small space that feels snug and good. They have the sensory TP, that they put in, and that can be moved. And I know these are all things that you can use at the school too. Fidgets are everywhere. There's probably 10,000 online, and they're very individualized. And lots of people don't exactly like them because they can be projectile and weapons. But and then just here's an example of kind of chair lifts, or like holding yourself up to look over a fence, and just that isometric proprioceptive maneuver can really be beneficial. Okay, Susan, you're up. I hope you have somebody can volunteer about some things they've done in the sensory world, so people can hear.
So I'm going to unmute here. So I didn't have anyone volunteer for this necessarily, but I will speak to this a little bit and actually ask some people to jump in if they don't mind. But sensory is not always in response to the behavior. It is a preventative to the behavior. And I know Julie Colley's on here, and 1 year in the Lakes, we had a sensory room, and we actually found the value of staffing someone specifically to the sensory room. And we had Julie Colley work with us and come up with sensory diets for kids that were non-IEP'd, and some were IEP'd. And I think we really learned the value of it is, like, on the day our support staff was out and we had to close the sensory room, you don't understand the value until you don't have that diet incorporated into their day, how much you need it. And someone from Inland Lakes for sure can unmute during that time period and speak to that. But allocating the resources for that, having the space for it, and having individual diets that are appropriate to meet that child's need was really crucial in helping kids have a successful day with that. I know that's been, that was a big asset in our school at that time. However, also it can be used as, responding to behavior. I was just working in Joburg and with a student with needs a lot of sensory input. And when I first started there, we were like, there was staff were like, we can't do that. We can't take that walk. We can't take him for a walk every time he needs it. And so we started timing, how long does it take us to take that walk? For him, it was walking. He needed to walk. And it was 2 minutes to walk to the end of the hallway and back and redirect, and we were back on course. And then we were timing our time aways. And so when we didn't respond with a walk, when we knew all of a sudden he was becoming frustrated and upset, then it required not one person to step out to take him for a walk, but it was required 2 to 3 people for the initial 5 minutes of transporting to a safe place, and another 20 to 30 minutes for a staff to be with him. And so, when we realized, we can't afford not to give him that input that he needs to be able to re-regulate and come back. And the same in a high school classroom. This kid, once he started having sensory overload with noise or transitions, it was like, okay, when you really look at the pros and cons of deciding, do we want to put that as a priority? When you start timing, how much time does it take when you don't allow that child to step out or to send him on an errand? Even if he's going to miss some education, how much time does he miss when we send him versus how much time when we don't send him? I think that's really important to look at when considering if it's a priority for a student.
Totally agree with that. So I think I've got a couple of scenarios that we can do before we week break. This is kind of a composite of a couple of different cases that I've worked with middle school kids. So it's a boy with ADHD and anxiety and family history, some drug exposure and alcohol exposure, definitely complex trauma. Parents don't believe in meds. The OT consult revealed definite response to proprioception and vestibular maneuvers. This is a kid that needed both of those, but in different directions. So how do we increase this kid's proprioceptive input in the school setting? And then also, how do we help him when he's losing it? You know, how can we kind of make sure he's got both directions covered? So heavy work, obviously. This kid was frequently bored and probably needed a stimulant, but he wasn't going to be able to get it. So we need both those proactive solutions and the acute response, just like Susan was talking about. So again, sensory strategies as programming, not reward and punishment. So this kid in the morning, he wanted to do weightlifting. He was in juvenile justice and had been working with a probation officer. So that was something that we figured out how to do first 30 minutes. The probation officer was doing it before he went to his office. And it was kind of his directed studies hour. And then after that, which kind of set the tone for the whole day, the TheraBand on all of his chairs, every classroom, a little more weight training at lunch, helping out in the office, lifting heavy objects when that was often his choice. I want to go back and help, you know, and if he could get that out, we knew he wasn't too far gone yet. But so he was asking for that usually meant, and he started to learn, you know, if I'm really mad, by the time I get down there, I'm probably already going to be better because they like me, and they say that I should work here, I should be an employee, and they would say, yeah, you know what, he's really helpful. So then this is the other piece of the same kid. When he's bored, he's low energy. So the proprioception doesn't always work for that. He really needs that vestibular input to increase the energy. So how do you balance that? And in an older kid, they can definitely get kind of on the team for knowing themselves the best. And, you know, simple things like jumping jacks or mini tramp or yoga stances, you know, can do that. Pedal desk, you know, we didn't have one, but we wondered about that. Diana Vallant's activity-oriented treatment that she's been doing at her fitness center has been intriguing and amazing. We're trying to figure out how to get some data because she set this program up with CTAC. You know, I didn't realize that at the time because she was friends with our former clinical director's daughter and they knew each other in the summer. And then helping the kids track the energy levels before and after each of these interventions to try to help him decide whether we needed to go up or down, you know, and we can do that with lots of age groups, but I think that's something that becomes an adventure, so to speak, and not like, you know, what are you doing to me, dude? You know, are you kidding me? Really? That's what we're going with this? And instead it was like, you are such a mystery, you know, and we're so trying to figure out how to help you, but man, you're complicated. And yet the kid's like, wow, really? Yeah, you know, and you got to help us because we got nothing if you can't help us. And that engagement is really, that's part of the connection strategies actually too. And then once you get a schedule that works, then it's like, oh yeah, we got to tell mom. And then when you get the look like, oh yeah, right. The talk to the hand look, I'm not doing that. I don't have all that at home. I don't want to talk to you about this. You're blaming me. You know, I knew it. You guys had it all figured out and I'm chopped liver, blah, blah, blah. That's what's tricky is that walking that line. So you're not blaming anybody, but like, we just can't wait to share what we've been seeing. And I think he's figured out how to do it at home. I wanted you to know about, because maybe he's making stuff up and can't do it, but how about taking this time to join with him and we'll all work this out together. So I'm going to be done because we're going to be done. So, hey, that was fun for me. I hope you enjoyed it. And time for lunch.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. We appreciate it. Lots of great ideas and strategies, not only from you, but there's a lot in the chat too. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, make sure you do that at some point if you're on the Zoom. So we're gonna really quick before we go to lunch, draw 3 more names, spin 3 more names. First one is for a singing bowl. And Kim has our wheel. Congrats, you have a singing bowl coming to you. And now for a set of 7 TBRI posters. Like me out for a minute. Mindy Horn, congratulations. Posters will be coming your way. And now for a zone. You cleaned up that round. Marty Hicks, Zones of Regulation book coming to you. So enjoy your lunch. You have until 1 o'clock, and when we come back, surprise, we're going to have more prizes to give out. We'll see you in an hour. Enjoy. All right, Nancy's great. Congratulations. Singing bowl is coming to Sheboygan High School. And now for the 7 posters, TBRI posters. Yeah, first, you'll get a set of 7 TBRI posters coming up to Mac City. All right, and now for our Zones of Regulation book.
I don't know why I didn't remove it. Sorry. Let's try that one again. Sorry, Nancy.
Sorry, Nancy. We're only letting you win one thing today.
There we go. Okay, well, it was the same district anyways, but Beth Fairbanks, Zones of Regulation, over to Inland Lakes High School. Congratulations, you guys. All right, Jim, it's all you.
Greetings, everyone. It's good to be back, and as I anticipated, after I left, it was a time of extreme stress, and with our kids to getting to know each of them and to figure out what to do this afternoon. And so I come back ready to share my experiences and to be with you and to find my place in the green right now instead of the red. All right, so it took 5 minutes before I actually got on so I could breathe, and that was very helpful to me. So I don't know what your lunch hour is like, but I just like to do an activity of breathing that Sam does very well, who's one of our clinicians and a TBR practitioner and also a foster parent. But it's blowing the candles out. So if you could just put and you don't have to do this, nobody has to, but I really like this as a breathing exercise. So we're just going to blow each candle out. I'll lead the way, and you can do it at your own speed, but take your hand in front and then take a deep breath and fold your little finger. Second, third, fourth, and now your thumb. All right. So just a little activity to ground us and ground me especially. And just an activity that certainly can be shared no matter what age group that you have. So this afternoon, we're going to talk about correction, but we're going to preface that with a couple of different slides that I found very helpful. And Christy and I were talking and certainly wanted to do this to kind of help understand what we're going through in this moment. And to kind of frame this at lunch hour and getting everybody around the table, there's about, I don't know, 16 of us today. One of our staff who'd been here a long time got a text from her dad and said that he just tested positive for COVID. And so there was this deep sigh from our clinician. And I sat next to her and I just said, let's sit in the room, you know, and just a wave of fear, all right? A wave of fear. And that moment of just, okay, let me breathe, all right? And I said, well, why don't you call him? And so she did, and again, he's feeling okay and certainly has some symptoms, but this is that moment that all of us, and maybe some of you already have had COVID, all of us wonder about in fear, how does it affect our families? And then our kids, how does it affect my mom, my dad, my grandma and grandpa? So what I want to do is just kind of show you this picture right here. And this comes from Bruce Perry. And the champions have seen this, but I never get tired of showing this. And obviously this is about the patterns of stress, and there are two kinds of stress. The green stress is what we call the challenge stress. And that's the stress that helps us to produce our best outcomes. You know, it's like, I don't want to say static, I want to grow, I want to risk some, and hopefully as you get more and more familiar with TBRI, that you say, gee, I want to try something, all right? And so that's expanding, and that involves some stress. It may not go right. I know all of us love to fail, right? And wow, I tried that once and it didn't work. Okay, well, what do we do again? And so this green side is a way to say, how do we expand ourselves? And so we know there's predictability in this, in our kind of challenge stress, that as you talk about your classroom or your school, and to say, you've kind of, if you've been working for a while, you kind of know the ins and outs of every day, and it kind of ebbs and flows, which is normal, and it kind of goes moderate in the sense of usually in the middle, and there can certainly be a spike, but then it comes back down. And so there's a way that you perceive that, which is your map of the world, and kind of recognizing that there'll be some stress in this day. It'll be moderate, but I can manage it because I've done it before, which builds my resilience so that then I can continue to grow. Stress challenges me to grow, right? That's when it's challenge stress. On the other hand, on the left side is the red stress. And if we think about this as even in our paper plate, the red stress becomes threat stress. And that's when it's unpredictable. We don't know when and where it's going to happen, but we know it can happen. And certainly in the moment of my clinician hearing that her dad had COVID, that was something that is unpredictable. It could be me tomorrow, all right, or whatever it might be. And so it heightens our anxiety, all right? And certainly for your kids who are coming in this time of great stress and unpredictability. And the other part of this is extreme. So that I know our clinician was thinking, God, I want my dad to be okay. There's 220,000 people who have died from COVID. And so our mind does all kinds of things, which then this is extreme and it's prolonged. We don't know when there's an end in sight. And so when we talked this summer with the group of champions, it was about realizing that people are vacillating between the green and the red more than ever. all right? It's like, okay, I have this, but now we have this whole other layer. And as Jamie said so well, there's this experience of what can I control and what can I control. And when we're in the red, we have vulnerability, and we're sensitized to that vulnerability and that powerlessness, right? And so if you think about our kids, your kids, in the classroom coming to your school and knowing that at any moment, just by the nature of COVID, all right, we bring the red. For many of our kids, by the nature of what's going on in their house, like Jody, who doesn't feel wanted, who said, gee, you know, they're in a perfect family, but here I am over here, that's bringing that red stress and that continuous question in her mind of who wants me. And so in the red stress, we're apt to act much more extreme. And that's where, again, in this hand model of the brain, we go down here and quickly can get into a self-protective fight or flight mode. And in that way, then it becomes something that I'm not thinking through. And as we talked about earlier, that also goes for me as an adult in my humanness and how I'm affected by each of these things. We had a little boy today who's 3 and witnessed the stabbing death of his mom's boyfriend, who was like a father to him. And so when he was sitting with us today, with one of our clinicians, you know, he was dissociating and actually reenacting the stabbing. And I say that because he's living in that extreme stress of fear. And that affects his ability to attend. And that affected his ability to do the testing. And so how do we then help bring us over to the green so we can become more manageable, to not move into this reactive state because of our hyperized vulnerability and sensitivity. So just really I love this kind of picture of what is happening in the moment. And certainly we talked about the zones of regulation, and here's another way to look at the threat stress, where it puts me in the brain, versus the green stress of challenge and growth. So what I want to do is I want to spend a few minutes, and if everybody could kindly pull out their handout for the nurture group. All right, I know that Christy sent that or pulled that up. And we wanted to share this as a way to be able to think about an activity that you can do day to day or every other day or once a week. But as I said earlier, one of the things we like about TBRI is that there are strategies here. So when you're looking at this format for the nurture group from TBRI, it is this focus on relationship. Again, the first principle. And it creates the environment for whereby those relationships between students and teacher can be strengthened. So I'm just going to kind of walk through this, and it's always best to be able to do it in a group, but obviously we got a lot of folks here. And I know some of you have done this since our first training last summer. And so certainly if you have had an experience with Nurture Group and any one of these sections stand out to you, please pipe in, give your, as Judy did well this morning, an example of this so that it becomes more meaningful for everybody. So the first part of this is, again, usually it sits in a circle, we're all around. When we've done it, we do it with the whole classroom. You certainly could do it in a small group. And it says, you know, it's always nice to have one-to-one with adult, but you're the adult in the classroom. And so there's structure and predictability and routine, which all help create safety. And so you can certainly do this as a whole group with just one adult. But what I like about the first section, and when you talk about the rules, I love the kind of way we go about rules in a nurture group. So the first one, as you can see, is no hurts. And so I really reflect on this, and what would happen is that we'd say to a couple kids, so tell me what it means to be no hurts. And when we've done this together, no hurts mean that you're not going to judge me, or you're not going to make fun of me, or you're not going to somehow shame me, or you're not going to do something physical to me. So we all want to get this commitment to no hurts, and that this nurture group is part of forming this community in a classroom. And so no hurts is this bottom line of what we want to be together and support. The second is, and this is what the symbol is, the two fingers together, stick together. So how do we stick together? So if somebody's hurting, how do we share that? If somebody needs something, how do we share that so we're all helping, so that we all feel a part of the group? When I think about Jody that I described earlier today, I'm thinking about how do we make her belong in a nurture group? What are the things to say, Jody, well, you can contribute to us in how we stick together? You know, CTAC, our trauma center, the motto is we're all in this together, which is another way to say stick together. But I really, you know, we always think of classrooms as communities. And so historically, traditionally, if I'm upset with Kim as a student, I'm dealing with Kim one-to-one. And what we recognize and what we know is that every other child's brain is being affected by that. And so in a community, when I and Kim are done, and if I got mad, if she got mad, if we're both mad, if Kim runs out of the room, then how do we come back as this group and stick together to support each other, that we're feeling some of this red stress right now? I didn't know what was going to happen when you got mad, Mr. Jim, or I didn't know what was going to happen because Miss Kim has thrown desks before. And so this is the part of wanting to be able to say, how do we come back together and how do we welcome Kim back into the class? And how do I share to say, wow, I really got upset and I really didn't want to do that. And I need now to breathe. I need to get back into my green. And again, as Judy did so well in that modeling, that gives the kids a representation in their brain of what that looks like. And the last one is have fun. We have two kids from residential today. One is 15 and the other is 16. And when we have this line of have fun, and both of them, they've been in the system a while, unfortunately. And so the plan was, as we're going to interview them this afternoon, the plan was, let's play cards with them first, all right? Let's relax, let's have fun, okay? And from having fun, then we can talk, all right? There's a sense of being relaxed, enjoying each other, relationally connecting. And so these are the three rules that you want to go over every time with a nurture group. No hurts, stick together, have fun. The next one is a check-in question, and this can be done one-on-one as they can turn to each other, or 1 in 3, or however you want to do it. But is that check-in question, and the one I've always used, or, you know, when we do this as a practice, is the fun is like, if you had superpowers, what would they be? All right. If you were a superhero, we have a boy who's 6.5 today, who's been removed from his home 5 times. And so obviously has no sense of stability. And when we talk about the question, he loves superhero figures, all right, which my guess is gives him some sense of power, because we are attracted to that power that we don't have, that Superman or Batman or Spider-Man might have. And so just this fun way to reveal something about you as a person, what you like, your favorite movie. It could be a million things. What does the weather like? Christy said so well, gee, it was great to see the sun, but it's so cold. All right. So what did that cold do to you when you came in this morning, or the first snow? All right. So we're really wanting to, again, see the child holistically, as TBRI talks about. The next part is then where we would identify, again, using whether it's a thermometer or the plate that obviously we've used in terms of red, green, and blue, is to check their engines, all right, if they're younger kids, or for the older kids, let us know about the stress. Where is it? So we're checking in, all right? And how then, if we're green, do we maintain green? If we're getting to red or we're in red, how do we turn that down so we can be in the zone of learning? Or what we often talk about is this window of tolerance, where we can manage some stress and we kind of go up and down, especially because you just ate lunch, all right? So you're down a little bit, all right, how do I bring you back up? How do we get into this zone of absorbing information and processing it? And so the engine plates are one of those ways, but then also is, so what do we need to do to each other to kind of help us all move into that green zone? And so there's some suggestions here that certainly are in there about how do I get from blue to green, red to green, and stay in the green. On the back page is the Band-Aids. And this is my favorite part, I just have to say, of a nurture group. because this is where there's some experience of mutual vulnerability. So the point of this is to say, if I'm sitting with Kim and I say, Kim, do you have a hurt? And that hurt could be physical, it could be something inside you. Would you like to share that hurt and tell me where it is, right? And Kim always has the choice, no, I don't want to share that hurt, or yes, I do, and it's right here, my head hurts, all right? And I'm a great one, and I will say this afternoon, is my heart hurts, all right? There's a lot going on in our trauma center today with the kids, and I have a dear friend whose daughter OD'd recently, matter of fact, last week. And so he's really struggling and how to help her. And so my heart is heavy. So I would say, Kim, could you put a Band-Aid on my heart, all right? And so now suddenly it's not just my hurt, it's our hurt. And as we talk about relationships, it's from the me to the our. And so as we look at this kind of sharing of Band-Aids, and certainly, you can do that with physical Band-Aids. Kids, obviously younger kids love Band-Aids, but just that invisible Band-Aid as a way to communicate, but then also to contribute, that I can contribute. If I'm Jody, hey, I can help Kim feel better because I gave her a Band-Aid. And we all need efficacy. We all need that sense of agency. And so in that way, then I'm feeling that I'm contributing to the community and we become part of this together. The core activity is something about regulation. It could be a practicing of mindfulness, and certainly as TBRI videos talk about the mindfulness, being aware. We'll be aware of our body. Let's go through a relaxation or a visualization or some ability to practice something, to say, all right, let's try doing that. One of the things that I really like about TBRI is that they often in this activity say, well, let's try it the wrong way first. And so one of the words that we use a lot is, how do we respect each other? So how would we show respect, Kim and I? And I'd say, okay, Kim, let's practice first disrespect. So we know the opposite after we've seen disrespect. And we were in a classroom and one of the teachers was doing it, which was amazing. And she said, okay, class, I'm going to have you go to your stations now. But before we do that, I'm going to have you show me disrespect, and then we'll correct that and do respect. So the teacher puts her hands on her hips and rolls her eyes. Literally, it was great. And said, no, I don't think so. And so, of course, all the kids loved it. So they did the same thing. And then she came along and said, okay, well, now we know what disrespect is. How would respect look like? All right, show me respect. Don't tell me, just show me what your face would look like and what your body would look like. And it was a great example and a model and an experience of knowing one side and then the other side. All right. And so this is that idea of building activities into this process. The second to the last one, and it says optional for schools, is feeding, whether that be, especially now that's difficult, obviously with the COVID, but there's something about feeding that makes it familial. In other words, we usually eat with our families and that shared food, all right? And so as a way to say, here, I just wiped this bottle of water for you, would you like it, all right? In ways that we can, as all of you are doing, to recognize the risk of COVID, yet simultaneously take the action steps that doesn't prevent us from making those connections happen. And the last is then the closing activity. I loved Kim, Susan, Rich, and Christy, the Wheel of Fortune, or whatever you want to call it, and the singing and to say, so what's our song at the end, all right? We're gonna have a closing song. Or today, Susan's gonna call out. Everybody has to follow Susan to close. We're all doing the same thing as to say, okay, now we've ended the nurture group. So really empowers different students as a way to share in that experience. So this is something that comes from TheraPlay, which is really an attachment-based therapy, but it really supports that building of relationship. As we talked about behavior matching, touch, voice, warm eyes, eye contact, that this is another way that we could do this as a group to build, because it has to be intentional. Otherwise it won't happen. Right. So let me stop there for a second. And I'm just curious before we get into correction, if there's someone who has done nurture groups who'd like to share an experience in a snippet, that would be great. Last call, going once.
Jim, I don't want to call on anyone, but you know, Danny and Maggie before the close last year were trying to incorporate some in Sheboygan. If they want to speak a little bit about that, whether the challenges of it or not.
I guess I can speak up. Of course, I will try to speak for my teachers in the building. We have tried to start morning circles, which would be very similar to the nurture groups in all of our classrooms, kindergarten through second grade, young fives through second grade, actually. And so we've just started kind of small and just pretty basic topics to get the ball rolling. I think that they have moved into being quite beneficial for just building on those relationships and creating that sense of family or community and everyone belonging in that classroom. I'm impressed with how well they've gone, and how I'm also impressed in how well teachers have kind of come together to kind of work through this and help each other get them started and you know, brainstorm topics and things like that. One thing that's been that I've seen that I love happening in some of the classrooms is the closing of their morning circles. They kind of have their own class motto that they go through together. And some of them add to it each week or every so often, adding a new part, you know, things such as we are smart, we are loved, we are, you know, and they just add on to that each, every so often. And the kids love it and they do really well with it. So we like it. I think majority of us are liking it very much.
Michelle Spies in our building also has her students do hand motions with those chants, which help them remember the actual words to the different mottos that they're adding on. And then a lot of times too, she'll let them come up with what is the hand motion going to be. She let me come in on my prep last year and observe her doing her circle time, and it was amazing. I really learned a lot.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, last year we had a situation with a student that had significant trauma, and he was right in the middle of it, and we were trying a lot of things. We brought in like a baby that you could give a bath. We brought in we had lots of like bubbles and Band-Aids, and we were just trying anything to get some of that nurturing kind of things going on and helping with his relationships at school.
Thanks, Danny.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
I know Erica will shoot me from Onaway if I tell her to unmute, but I do want to share something, and she can unmute if she wants. But she kind of was like the expert on doing circles in her room after restorative justice. And we did a video with her kids. We just called them out of the room one at a time, and I videotaped them and asked them about nurture group or circles and what that meant. And some comments that I thought were so powerful was, one is a little girl said that, and this was, I believe, 4th grade, said, you know, I went to school with these kids, like my classmates, my whole life, and I never really knew most of them. And another student said, I felt like I had a voice, and everyone had a voice in our room. So lots of powerful things come from this.
Thanks, Susan. I really am struck by that line that you just said of, I went to school with these kids for 3 years, 4 years, and never really knew them. And wow, that's when we talk about, are your kids students? That's their role, or are they people, right? And just like we can define ourselves as teacher, administrator, we can also see our kids as students and not see them as human. And I think it's just so important that we support them in their humanness so that we see them as human, they see themselves as human in a way then that we support, because that's when relationship happens. So thanks. So I'm going to spend a few minutes coming to look at correction. And this is really important. One of the criticisms sometimes that people have of trauma experiences is such that, well, gee, you know, are we just enabling kids, all right? Is it just about, you know, we're just nurturing and you're letting them get away with, right? It's a really important piece. And the answer, of course, I'm going to say is no, but that's sometimes people talk about, well, if you really have empathy and you're really trying to nurture, well, then you really can't provide the structure and the discipline they need. So this is the kind of correcting that I really like how it's framed. And so I'm fortunate to go through it with you. And I start this with this one right here. So everybody can see this slide. So in reading that, I'm always struck by the recognition that we tend, each of us as individuals tend to, are we more nurtured or are we more structured? And that's just a normal kind of how we have seen our world, ourselves, how our brain is wired. And so what I really appreciate about this is that we need both. And I'm on the nurture side. I'll just let everybody know that doesn't know me that I tend to be, all right, you know, it's about relationship, all right? And so we're going to focus on relationship. And my partner in this work, Amy, is much better at structure, all right? And let me tell you, there's some good dialogues or discussions or whatever about, Jim, come on, all right, come on, this is great, but we got to structure, we got to get, this is, you know, you want to keep talking and go on and da-da-da-da, but, you know, we need structure. And so it's helped me, all right, to learn and grow, and hopefully the nurture part has helped her. But I think this is crucial for our kids, especially who have trauma, is because if you're a nurturer and we don't have structure, then we're likely not to provide safety for them, because structure provides safety before relationship may, if you have trauma, because you don't trust. But you can count on the predictability of the routine and what's happening next. I know Mr. Jim is setting up, this is the day, this is what it looks like. To me, I always don't want to know what's coming next. But for kids who have trauma, and sometimes adults who don't even have trauma, like Amy, she wants to know the whole day already, all right? And so how do we bring structure and nurture together? And some of you, if not all of you, have seen experiences when kids begin to rely on that structure and it changes, then they move into this more stressful, reactive state because, oh my gosh, we're supposed to do this now, all right? And we got to do this because their brain has become wired and that routine has been safety for them. And so this takes this integration of both so that over time, when the structure changes and I'm the external regulator for that child, I can look into Christy's eyes and take a deep breath together and say, okay, it'll be all right. This is different, but we can do this in terms of a change, all right? And so as we look, this becomes really, really important. Yesterday, our secretary, who now has an assistant, decided to totally change their office. And I'm working in another room, and Donna, who's an amazing secretary, says, Jim, I know you're stressed. I know you don't like change. You want to go in there and see the same thing, and this isn't going to be, all right, we need to do this. And say, yes, yes, okay, regulate, okay? But this is what we all do. And so for kids who are heightened that change means harm, then how and what do we do to create the structure, but then also help them when that structure changes? One of the boys who has had 5 placements today, and he's about to go to his 6th to his uncles. And I just said to our clinician, I said, one of the things we need to do is to ask him, even though they say, okay, this is going to be permanent, we got to think that you think it's not, all right? Because there's been so many times you've moved. To be able to give a voice to, they tell me, but I'm still doubtful because my experience in how it's wired in my memory center, my hippocampus tells me, yeah, that's what other people have told me, and I've moved 5 more times after they said that the first time. So let's look at this. So this is just a quick quadrant, 4 quadrants, and looking at structure, balance, nurture. And so if you look at that green area where we have high nurture and high structure, and it's authoritative so that there's a sense of confidence in the teacher to be in control without being rigid, which is low, right below it, which is authoritarian. And low nurture is then I'm rigid. So everything is about the rule and not about the integration of nurture, relationship, and structure. And so we're always seeking to build the other side. And this is what I really like in terms of our own growth, even as an old man, to say, how do I get more into this green zone? Because I'm going to go over to the high nurture, but then how do we move to this structure? And if you have low structure but high nurture, then you're in that permissive zone. That's when we are enabling, all right? That's when there isn't a recognition that kids need both. If we go to kind of the core of TBRI correction, it's this word choices. Now, I want to really frame this in a way that differentiates from our normal way that we use choices. So in our traditional paradigm, we might say, you can do this, or you can do that. That's a good choice. This is a bad choice. All right. Or we might say to a kid, you're making a bad choice. Right. This is a very different context of choices. All right. So that what we want to do is empower the child, and we want to give them some control, knowing that I still, as teacher, am in control. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that there's no right or wrong. Because when we set it up as the good choice, bad choice, or the right or wrong, we've set up kids to fail. But if we said, you know, Susan, you can put that down in a minute, or I could even give you 2 minutes if you can get right up when we're done, what would you rather do? You make that choice. So what I've just given to Susan is that empowerment of efficacy that I can influence my environment. And so I can do something that I want, but simultaneously, I've framed it in a way that Susan then knows that it matters to me that it's either this or that both are okay with me. And when we set kids up to fail, that's when we move into this idea of, well, you know what's right, you know what's wrong, you made the wrong choice. And oftentimes in those times, it's really not about choice, especially if it's a kid from a hard place, because the choice is eliminated when you're not in your prefrontal cortex. That's your executive functioning problem solving. And when it's in here, you can make a choice. But when it's down here in your limbic and your brainstem and you're in that more fight flight mode, then it's about self-protection. And so looking at it through the eyes of self-protection, if that just happened versus you made a bad choice, it's about where they were in the brain and what we've done to help them be in that green zone. And so in that green zone of problem solving, then I want you to decide between these two. And so when you think about how many times during the day, and I know, Steve, you and I talked, and I was so privileged to go to Sheboygan Elementary last year, and Deanna on your team, and I believe, Judy, you were there too. But one of the things that Steve said to me, you said to me, Steve, was that you had experienced that sense of, wow, you're giving kids choices and now all they want to do is choose, right? And so there's got to be some things that differentiate between, okay, this is time for you to choose. This is time for me to make those decisions as teacher. And so I think that was a really important example, Steve, that you shared that, okay, so we have to frame this choice. This is what I do. This is what you do. This is now choice versus now this is what I have to do as teacher in my decision. So as we look at this, we're really trying to be able to then give what we call voice and choice. As Susan, you were saying, one of the kids said, I feel like I have voice. And when any of us feel like we have voice, even as adults, we feel much more empowered to influence our environment. And all of us need that. Even our kids need that. And our kids who have trauma because of their powerlessness oftentimes need that more than anyone. If we look at the next slide, and that goes with choices, that how do we then think about a compromise? Now, this is difficult for some of you, is that kind of old hierarchical mindset is, I'm the teacher, I'm in control, I don't compromise, all right? And yet this paradigm of TBRI is really built on teaching life skills, teaching development, and being able to problem solve. So as, in other words, it's how do we help the child learn to negotiate and build the social skills to be able to communicate what they need so as to be able to be heard. And so if you have, and certainly I'm sure some of you, maybe a lot of you have kind of that traditional hierarchical approach is that I don't compromise because I'm the teacher, that this is about where can I, and I'm certainly not saying that everything is a compromise because that doesn't work. But to be able to say that this is a time for a compromise and I'm willing to take and listen to your compromise, and then we can decide on this together. And I think that if, again, our goal is that every moment is a teachable moment, and how are we teaching if we're not helping our kids think through things and to, again, get to that prefrontal cortex in order to be able to say, well, is it okay if I have 30 more seconds? Because I just know that in 30 more seconds that I could get done what I want and then I'd be ready to learn, all right? And I'm the teacher and saying, wow, Susan, you know, you're right. There's 30 seconds. Let's do that. I'm here, you respecting me, and I want to respecting your right to make a negotiated compromise. And so as we do this, it's this experience where when anyone feels they have voice and they feel listened to, they're far more motivated to respond in a positive way. And as I've shared before, consequences, what we normally go to, well, you can do this or that, but if you do this, this is the consequence, and usually a negative consequence. We negate and we set it up to not be successful. If it is at that point, and I'm going to show you a video in a minute to talk about the ideal response, it kind of moves through a process that at some point we may have to be able to draw that line, say, no, that's not a compromise. At this point, it's about safety, and let's talk about, or I'm going to communicate to you that that's not safe. So really kind of shifting, and this doesn't mean the child is in control, but this is that shared community that we all have power in this classroom in being able to make choice, compromise, negotiate, and build that ability to communicate. So I really want to look at this last bullet here, and that says where safe people listen to me. When I was helping people get ready to do the interviews this afternoon, you know, one of the things I said to them was, you know, we really have to join our kids, especially the two kids that are in residential, to allow them to say, we really want to know what it's like to be you, because we want to help other people understand that. And that when we create safety to say, wow, you feel understood, you know, our kids may not be able to trust for a long time, but the beginning of trust is moving to a place where I know she understands or he understands, and that then I can tell him and he will get it, what it's like to be me in this moment of feeling scared or worried and uncertain. what's going to happen next, right? And this definitely relates to the time of the COVID, right? In families of our kids who have or are at risk, have or are at risk of abuse, neglect, or maltreatment, that risk is even more increased as the stress moves to the right to threat stress in terms of job and finances and keeping my house and worried where will we live and worried about being homeless because I've been homeless before. And so that parent isn't going to listen very well because they're at the max of their stress. How do we create that safety and experience in the classroom? So I'm going to show this, and then I'm going to show the ideal response. And this is something that we came up with several years ago, but I really like this frame. And you can think about it in different ways. So when you see framework for behavioral intervention, and you see at the top aggression, all right? I did with the champions this summer, we did one where instead of aggression, it was defiance. And defiance, I'm not wearing my mask, right? Or whatever it might be in this time of preservation. But let's just take aggression for a minute. And the most important moment is where it splits off. So if my perception is that Steve is being willfully disobedient, it moves me into my control mode and my authoritarian, not authoritative, but authoritarian mode of power struggle. If, on the other hand, I view that behavior from the lens of he's in self-protection and survival, then my empathy increases. Now, if Jody was in your classroom and you knew the story of Jody, I would hope that you would think, wow, you know, she's in that self-protective survival because she can't trust, because she believes nobody wants her, and her family's over here in the perfect family, and she's obviously not wanted. So as we look at this kind of beginning, if we take the willfully disobedient, then we get into the, as I said, the power struggle. That's the action step, all right? And in that action step, as we know, it increases our own frustration that, wow, he's not gonna run this classroom, I am, all right? We move to enforcing more rules or more consequences. I'll teach him, all right? Who's in control here? Which if you go to the right side, which is the child side, the purple side there, then what happens to the child? Well, the child becomes what? More resistive, all right? Because they're in their powerless state, and then their defiance increases. You're not going to make me, all right? And so it likely will increase those oppositional behaviors and ultimately the rejection or alienation from peers. And what happens is this cycle of conflict is only reinforced. In other words, it is this, here we are again, okay? It's my power against your power. And all of you, whether you have kindergartners or whether you have high school students, this is so quickly arrives when we're viewing it as they could do something if they wanted to, they just don't want to. Or the other way that we do it is they're just doing it to piss me off, right? And in that moment when we're saying that, that's pushing us lower, that creates that reaction in us that moves to, I've got the power, I can put more rules, or you're going to the office. Now, one of the things I want to say about this from the power struggle standpoint, I can send you to the timeout room, or there's all kinds of great names for rooms like that, the safety room, whatever, the debriefing room. But what I want to say, and what too often happens, is that child may go to that room and they calm down, but the opportunity for that interaction between the teacher and the child to redo what happens, because redo is a big part of TBRI, that say, okay, that happened 20 minutes ago, you're calm now. Guess what? I'm calm now too. How do we redo this? Because the brain only rewires through experience. It's not through talking. So let's go through this again. And so when I'm at that space, all right, then you and I as child, the student, are able to learn and move through it, versus if you just come back to my classroom, we never resolved the issue between us, we never redid, then it only builds, and it only likely creates increased probabilities that the power struggle is going to happen again and again, because we didn't use that opportunity to, one, build relationship, and two, redo, so that we both have learned from that experience. Okay. The other part of this is when we look at this slide and we look at from the survival standpoint. So my goal is what? Helping you have personal safety through prevention and skill building. Right? So this is where relationship becomes key. And how and what we do to look at this as, again, as I said earlier, this moment to learn from, rather a moment to further disengage or to experience that power struggle. So on the left side here, what do you have? Okay, so what do I have to do? What's my mantra? Reduce my frustration, give language to what I'm feeling, give language to, gosh, I can see your face. I don't know what feeling that is, but it doesn't seem like that's a happy one, all right? Or wow, I can see that you're pacing. So that there's something that's telling me that something might not be right now. I don't know what it is, but I really want to hear. So that we're trying to give language. And as Susan said in the beginning, you know, when we're all having that common language of connection and empowerment, correction, that those become shared between children and adults, that we remind each other of that. And then the last one, which I think is crucial, is we have to recognize that the child has limitations. When we do consults with teachers, one of my first questions is, do you believe the child is doing the best they can? Right? Because that is crucial. That he may not be able to do it if you want him to go here and he can't do that. He's trying to get there. Do we believe that he's trying the best that he can? And are we communicating that? All right. To say to Susan, wow, I know you're trying the best you can right now. And I'm here to come alongside you to help us get through this, all right? So that we can continue to grow, all right? Rather than saying you made a bad choice, it doesn't matter to you, I can see that. When we're creating positivity, we're creating it in the context of, I think you're doing the best you can. And nothing communicates more than a child feels valued than when they're told is, I know you're doing the best you can. On the right side is, so what's our goal, all right? It's the affirmation that I have feelings, that I can be aware of that stress, all right? Gee, I am right now, Mr. Jim, certainly a red, all right? And I can't get to a green. Okay, all right, what do we need? All right, let's just sit, let's not say anything. So that they create awareness of what their body is doing. Because in trauma, the body keeps the score, as the book would say. And certainly in our emotions, in the feeling as they're manifested in our bodies. So as we move through this, you know, this recognition of my own fear, recognition of my own emotion, and that ultimately, how do we express that? You know, with little kids, it's a normal parental response to say to young kids, now use your words, because they contain my emotion. They contain what I'm experiencing. And so we're trying to find alternatives in that expression of what they're having. I just sat with the mom of the boy that had witnessed the death of mom's boyfriend, and then he has two other siblings, and their verbal IQ are much, much lower than their nonverbal. And I just said to her, he's going to struggle because he can't find the words. How do we help him have the words? How can you help him do that? And so as we look at this and we look at these two paradigms, there's this yellow of tension is, you know, whenever we're stressed and whenever, as Christy said to me over lunch, you know, we were all experiencing heightened stress, that it moves us to what we've always done, that default mode in our brain. And usually that's power struggles, and we get left and feel left out. My gosh, and people are going to criticize me. I'm too soft, or I'm connecting, or I'm not that rigid anymore. And so as change happens to move to the right side, people need support. And one of the things I've been so excited about this initiative is that I believe in every building there's at least 3 to 5 folks that have really made that commitment to try and implement TBRI strategies and philosophy, because that when I get discouraged, I need to go to my team, and I want to expand that team to my whole school now as a way to be able to, when things don't go the way I want them, we can re-strategize and re-energize each other, and I can listen to what went well for you. So really like this idea of this framework for intervention as a way to be able to recognize and understand how perception becomes our reality, which dictates our action, which takes us in 2 different pathways. And if we can shift perception, we can rebuild through that right side, choice, negotiation, social skills, and build community. So I'm going to stop there for a minute, and I'm going to show you a video in a second, but I just want to take a minute to provide any kind of feedback. And I don't know, Christy, if you can look in the chat box, or if you have a question or a response, or have, as Deanna and Steve have shared some of their experiences, you have some, but I just wanted to put that out there to take a step back for a minute.
Jim, I think you made a really good point when you talked about not engaging in the power struggle. It's really easy, especially when we're stressed ourselves. You know, if a student says something, and that's why it's so important to know your own triggers and be self-aware, so that you can take that breath and be like, okay, why is this happening? There were a lot of good references to Ross Green work in the chat, Jim. And for those of you who don't know Ross Green, I would highly encourage you to check him out.
Good. Thanks, Christy. Mia's thoughts.
Jay Chambers here. I'm with the Inverness School, the alternative ed school here in Sheboygan. And one of the things we work with is, of course, kids who are on probation and things like that. And one of the things that I know has got to be difficult in the classroom is the fact that some of these kids have gone through so much repetition of this cycle that trying to get to that right side is going to take a lot of tries. And trying to have that overwhelming patience. Some of these kids haven't been to school in years. And so they haven't even been in the classroom. You know, I'm just saying that the patience level has got to be optimum. It's the right side is definitely going to be the way you want to go.
I appreciate so much, Mr. Chambers, for that statement. And I think, you know, what we know as to the patience necessary is that the brain rewires only through repetition, right? And so, as Bruce Perry would say, for every 1 negative, you need at least 5 positives to balance that, right? And so how, if I'm that teacher and this kid's experience is, as my little Jody would say, you know, 7 cruel hours of our lives, all right? How do we shift that over time, that she's not going to come to school day 1 and say, oh my God, this teacher, everything is good now, but has to what? Continue to test even when I'm starting to feel differently here, because I can't believe it's really real. And so, as you said so well about patience, about commitment to what we always talk about, Mr. Chambers, is a direction, all right? Are we going in the right direction? And we may never reach the end point, but with our kids, we're giving them experiences that are moving in this way. And I think in your school, for sure, and those kids with alternative, in the alternative ed and the negativity of school, and even when they're beginning to think, wow, this may be different, there's 100 reminders that no, it's not. All right. And so how do I keep coming back day after day? And I think the other part of this that I would say so strongly is that's why we need each other, right? Because there are days when I'm sure you've wanted to quit. All right. And there are days that your teachers have wanted to quit, and many people do quit. But when we see it as our struggle, not my struggle, then there's this experience that can look at the bigger picture rather than just in this second feeling like it doesn't matter what I do, because it really isn't going to give him the opportunity to, quote, make it to the other side. The last thing I'll say, because it was such a good comment, is, the work of PRE and research in neuroscience is that if you have 3 to 5 experiences of relational connection in a period of an hour, you can begin to build a new neural pathway in your brain. All right, man, that is, to me, is really hopeful. All right, and that neural pathway can stay because it's already wired. Now, the old one has got this huge pathway. Now we're building this to be like that. And that is that challenge, as you said over and over, that we're widening it, we're expanding it, we're making that happen. But it is that intentionality, as somebody just said. So I so appreciate that. Especially when you're in an alternative school and so many of the kids have experienced those.
It's also for the teacher that gets the child that's been helped. The patience has to continue, but we do make progress, and that's the awesome thing about this, and that is there is hope, there is repair, there is a genuine restoration that can take place, especially on the relationship side.
Thank you. Absolutely. And
Hey,
it's that
Jim.
moment.
Oh, go ahead.
It's that moment, Mr. Chambers, where a kid comes back into your school and says, wow, you saved my life, right? And you think, I did? All right. Well, what do you mean? Well, hey, you were there, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that's, we can't see the whole picture, but that's that belief in neuroplasticity and that sense of, the word that comes to my mind is active hope, all right, in that. So thank you. Go ahead, Susan.
I just wanted to bring up the chat because Katie said breaking patterns of behavior for students and ourselves is tough. Intentional process. And someone mentioned earlier in the chat, not sure who did, about adults need redos too. That's that whole grace. Like we all, right, need a redo sometimes. So I just wanted to bring that out because the one thing I haven't tried until the start of the school year was the redos, like intentionally being conscious that redos have to happen to rewire. So it's not just talking with the child about it, it's about taking the time to do the redo. And I don't know if Sadie wants to jump on it. She doesn't have to, but we've been very intentional with redos. And after a couple days of redo, playful engagement to get the redo, oops, we forgot, we have to do this. Can I get a redo? Those type of things. Even a kid said redo when they did the behavior we'd been working on for days. There was that moment where they did the behavior and then they were like, oh, redo. And so we were like, oh my God, you can rewire. Like you can do this. And the language itself is non-threatening. And that as long as it's playful and that we're doing them ourselves, we're modeling that with the children. Oh, hold on, redo. I didn't have to be snappy with you, right? When you ask them, when you called my name again. So just wanted to put that out there. Thanks, Katie, for sharing that, and whoever else talked about.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Sadie. I see your chat there. And let me just say, I had to redo this morning with Amy because as the technology was not working, I was getting frustrated. And she says, you need a redo. All right. So yeah, there you go. So that's that experience certainly that we all have. So I'm going to show this video because I want to make sure we see this. All right. And wait a second. I did not do that right. So I've got to hit the sound because then it's not going to work. There we go.
A child from a hard place doesn't feel safe. The result is often behaviors that appear willful, baffling, and infuriating to caregivers. How we respond in these moments is critical, and TBRI has developed a guideline to help. The ideal response looks at the levels of behavior with the goal of moving the child to a calmer state. Immediate means dealing with misbehavior within 3 seconds. Meltdowns are a runaway train. A gentle word and often just the question, "I see you're upset, what do you need?" is enough to put on the brakes. Hunger, dehydration, and a need for sleep are often triggers. Direct isn't glancing up from your phone and yelling across the room. It's responding with direct eye contact, proximity, and reassuring touch when possible. Efficient stresses levels of a response using a kind voice and the fewest words. Caregivers should ask, "What is this behavior saying? What does this child need? And how can I teach them to get these needs met?" Action-based can offer a child a do-over. Instead of punishment, a calming, smiling voice saying, "Let's try that again," followed by praise can create an instructional path and a positive body memory. Leveled at behavior addresses the behavior, not the child, allowing the caregiver to be an advocate, not an adversary. When you're reactive instead of proactive, you put your energy in the wrong place and miss the opportunity for a teaching moment. Playful engagement works best when the behavior is at a low level. A redo can diffuse the situation quickly. A cheerful, "Can you try that again with respect?" can turn the tide when followed by praise. Structured engagement is needed when the situation has escalated and playful engagement has failed. If a meltdown ensues by offering the child a choice, they learn they have a voice. "Can I have a compromise?" said in a firm, calm voice followed by "Good compromise," can introduce recognizable scripts a child can understand. When aggressive behavior looms, nothing is gained by responding in anger or isolation. Calming engagement says, "Here, come sit beside me. You seem to be having a hard time. You let me know when you're ready to talk." Remaining calm and keeping the child close changes the dynamic. When there's a potential for violence, protective engagement means first removing the child or others from the situation and letting them know that they're safe and not defined by their behavior. Helping the child to breathe and asking what they need can help restore calm. The foundation of TBRI is that behaviors are driven by fear and unmet needs, and when we avoid angry, punitive behavior ourselves, we open the door to better outcomes for our children.
So I just want to show a couple of quick slides to kind of further clarify what Karen was talking about. So if you look at this right here, and we talk about the ideal response, and one of the things I really like, they call it life value terms, and they kind of heard it, Deanna, you talk about the classroom motto and these kind of key phrases that we go back to. And down below here of practice scripts. So what is kind of this glue that holds our community in this classroom together? Is it respect? Is it being kind? That we continue to use those words. Again, stick together, I wanted to do that. No hurts. And so we go back to those because as more we go back to them, and Mr. Chambers, I so appreciate you're talking about the alternative school is so how do we infuse some key words so that we're all talking about no hurts, or we're all talking about that sense of trying to show respect. And so they become a script that we do over and over again. Some of you are familiar with Buddhism, and one of the things I really like about Buddhism is that they have what's called mantras, or we say mantras, that it's just kind of you repeat a word over and over again, and it becomes part of who you are. And so in community, when we're talking about this, we've got that experience that what we're trying to do is build that community around those words.
Jim, would you say the lower the child goes in the brain, the more those scripts become important when they're escalated?
Absolutely, Susan. And I say this. Somehow we got to turn somebody. Susan, I think you maybe turn your mic off. I think what becomes really important is as we go lower in the brain, what brings us out of that, right? And if it's a word that's the external regulator, all right, then it provides that ladder out, all right, because it's already wired that brings kindness to me, or respect, or no hurts. And so I think this becomes that opportunity that even though this is a challenging moment, that let's just say that word that feels good about being in it together, okay? That then we come together in this connection. The other part of this is the appreciation that there is a moment in time when if we try to correct and we don't connect first, it is more than likely going to fail. So that the foundation of our earlier discussion is to get to correction, we have to have connection. And so our first response, usually when we're doing consultations with teachers after watching a kid and then having the teacher and principal come in or whomever, is to say, tell me about your relationship with this child, all right? And if they say, hey, I don't have a relationship, which has happened many times, then I say to them, we're not going to get to correction because you've got to build connection. And I think that sometimes we go right to correction, believing that we can affect behavioral change by just correcting the behavior, when in reality, it comes through the process of connection. So these are the kind of what you saw earlier, this kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 step, the ideal response. And then I would say immediate. That's why if I'm the teacher, I want to respond to that kid. I don't want to send him or her, unless it's a safety issue, to the office. I want us to be able to do that, so that helps us to get over challenge. That helps us to get over our emotions and be able to problem solve in a way that's ours, not just mine. And I think that opportunity, obviously, as you all know, but there's so many things going on, is there moment to moment. And the last thing I want to say, and I'm going to show a quick 2-second video, but I love this idea of playful engagement. And Susan, you used it a few minutes ago. You heard in Karen's voice in the ideal response. Would you like to try that with respect? Oh, come on, you guys, come on. Let's just come on. You know, is that what you really meant? All right. And rather than getting into this immediate, hey, you don't talk to me like that. All right. And suddenly we moved into the power struggle in a half a second, rather than taking, okay, take a breath. All right. I don't know if any of you have ever said something you want to take back, but I certainly have. And when we talk about saying, okay, wait a minute, how do we give this kid an opportunity to take it back? All right. And that's what playful engagement is. It's this opportunity to say, okay, wow, I love Karen's laugh. My ears can't hear such. You're blowing my mind away right now. All right. And wow, that can reduce stress in a minute, as this kind of, okay, yeah, well, wait a minute, what's really going on? What's going on in that way? So I just really appreciate and recognize that we can use that playful self. And again, to me, play, as I said earlier, is the window into our souls. It's certainly the window into our kids' souls, and it meets us at a place of fun and learning. And so, how do we use playful engagement in this process? I am going to show one last thing before you break, because I really like this and I want to show this. So here we go. And since I still have control of the screen, I'm going to do that. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do it. Did I put the sound? Yes. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Well, I had it all set, and now why isn't it going? There we go. Well, it was perfect, and then I can't seem to.
You can model redo for us, Jim.
Yeah, I know it. I'm definitely trying really hard. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, my computer's shrunk, so there you go. All right, well, I'm going to stop there because I can't get it. So if you have a chance, Google starting a movement and on a TED Talk, and it's a great video. It's so fun and typical of the Jim that he can't seem to get it. So there we go. Okay, I got it now. You can all see how I really am not very good at this. Okay, here we go. All right. Thank you for your patience.
So ladies and gentlemen, at TED we talk a lot about leadership and how to make a movement. So let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons from it. First, of course you know, a leader needs the guts to stand out and be ridiculed. But what he's doing is so easy to follow. So here's this first follower with a crucial role. He's going to show everyone else how to follow. Now notice that the leader embraces him as an equal. So now it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Now there he is calling to his friends. Now if you notice that the first follower is actually an underestimated form of leadership in itself. It takes guts to stand out like that. The first follower is what transforms a lone nut into a leader. And here comes a second follower. Now it's not a lone nut, it's not two nuts, 3 is a crowd, and a crowd is news. So a movement must be public. It's important to show not just the leader, but the followers, because you find that new followers emulate the followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, and immediately after, 3 more people. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point. Now we've got a movement. So, notice that as more people join in, it's less risky. So those that were sitting on the fence before now have no reason not to. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, but they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. So over the next minute, you'll see all of the those that prefer to stick with the crowd, because eventually they would be ridiculed for not joining in. And that's how you make a movement. But let's recap some lessons from this. So first, if you are the type, like the shirtless dancing guy, that is standing alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals. So it's clearly about the movement, not you. Okay, but we might have missed the real lesson here. The biggest lesson, if you noticed, did you catch it? Is that leadership is over-glorified. That yes, it was the shirtless guy was first, and he'll get all the credit, but it was really the first follower that transformed the lone nut into a leader. So as we're told that we should all be leaders, that would be really ineffective. If you really care about starting a movement, have the courage to follow and show others how to follow. And when you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first one to stand up and join in. And what a perfect place to do that at TED. Thanks.
So I wanted to show that. I love that. I've shown that many times at some of the many, many projects we've had, fortunately, to do and connect to how can we make a change. And so I'm just honored to be here today, and all of you. And certainly I want to honor the champions that have really started the movement and continue to maintain that movement. And as we move into more and more followers, I'm excited about the well-being of your kids as we continue to do our best for all our kids, and especially our most vulnerable, because everybody deserves a chance to be who they were meant to be. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate it very much.
Christy.
Rich, I am gonna hand it over to you. Can you?
Christy, we're doing the wheel first.
Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna be the new Vanna. I asked Rich if he would want to take over the Vanna role, but here we go, singing bowl. To Sheboygan Middle. And our set of 7 TBRI posters. All right, Jennifer will have those. Did I do the right one? The set of 7 posters over to you. Thanks. And Nick Hine will be getting you a book of zones of regulation coming out to Rogers City. I didn't get a chance to say thanks to Jim before he took off. Like he said, they have a full day today at the Children's Trauma Assessment Center. And it has been an absolute privilege and honor to work with their team down there at CTAC. And I know that this work is going to continue with all of these great folks that we have on here today. So with that, Rich.
Yeah, thank you all for being here today. We'll go through just a few technical items here in a little bit, but just want to spend a little bit of time rewinding where we've been in the last year. And we realized for some of you, this was your first exposure to TBRI today. And most of you have heard at least a little bit about it, but this has been a project in the making for over a year now. It was last November when we were first able to get together with some of you to first reveal this plan and this idea and have Dr. Henry and Dr. Sloan and Amy kind of share their vision for what they hope to accomplish in the next year. And from that, we gained a lot of positive momentum, and we were able to support some work virtually this spring when we were in our school closure, and we'll talk about that or send some links to that work, which is on a Weebly site. It's on our COP page. We're going to share that out a little bit later for those of you who have not yet seen it. And then in August, we were able to have every school that's here today was represented by a team of champions, we call them, of roughly 5 people per building who had 3 days of full TBRI training in August. So we really appreciate those folks being dedicated and ready to lead the charge as we go forward. I guess you could say they're the first known nuts, and they're ready now to be leaders as others follow them and we move forward. But so we're now ready to move forward with this, and we're really hoping that this does gain momentum and move forward. The environment that you provide for our students, it's amazing when you think about all the uncertainty in the world, how comforting and secure school is, and how important it is for kids to be around teachers and other people that care for them, and around their classmates, and to have those connections and the role that each of us plays in their lives. We can't underestimate that. For many of our students, it's the most stable, supportive person that they'll see in any given day. So hopefully we've all gained some more tools that we can use as we go forward and do that work. Hopefully we now have a really large community. We had 386 of us. That doesn't include the people that were meeting in the same room from our area that were on this call today. And every one of our schools has had at least some level of training and experience with this. And our community partners that joined us today are speaking the same language as well. So It's really phenomenal. And when we talk about moving from being the, the known nut into being leaders, we have plenty of people to lead and carry this important work forward to meet the needs of our students and to keep each other going as we go through these the days ahead. And there's a lot of uncertainty, but one thing that is certain and one thing that hasn't shaken is the dedication of the educators in our community and their willingness to do whatever needs to be done to make a difference for our kids. So I just want to thank you all for that. A few kind of housekeeping details. Kim is going to link in the chat the feedback form, which will also serve as your attendance. So those of you who are looking to receive sketches for today, which I know are as many of you, please make sure that you complete that survey. Those of you who are watching in a group, we are going to email the link to your principal to share with you. And we're also going to send out to the principals a link to that Weebly site for those of you who want to see videos that were done by Jim and Dr. Sloan and Amy last spring and get more information on TBRI. And trying to think if there's anything
Rich,
else I left out. Yes, Susan.
so I know you mentioned that in the Weebly site is our recordings from the summer. So we asked, not everyone participated in that, but the Karen Purvis Institute put out videos on TBRI 101 and TBRI in the classroom. So those links are there, but they're not available because they were free during that time period. But our follow-up sessions each week, those recordings are there. So if you really enjoyed listening to Jim and Doc talk during the session, and those are really, I recommend watching those. It helps really reframe when you're working on intentionally reframing how we look at children, look at behavior, and recognize our own humanness and how we respond and how that impacts our children. Those are all talked about in those videos. Wonderful to watch, and that's the Weebly site that Kim shared in the chat.
Thank you, Susan. COP staff, we ask that you hang on when we break out here in a little bit. So COP staff, please stay on this call. And for everyone else, you're going to go on a break now until 2:45. At 2:45, you will be meeting however your school and district decided to have you meet. So I know for some of you that will be via Zoom. For some of you that will be in person. Hopefully you know what that plan is right already, because we don't know each building's plan. But we really just want to thank you for your attentiveness today. We know we're all kind of zoomed out, but there was a great deal of participation through the chat and people who added to the discussion today. And just thank you again for all that you do every day. We will make sure that a recording gets sent out. I see that in the chat. We'll make sure that gets sent out to the principals when we send the Weebly link. And we're also going to send out, again, for those of you who are meeting in groups, we're going to send out the feedback form, which includes the information to get your sketches. So thank you so much for all that you do and continue to do. You'll be in your breakout groups in just a little bit, and have a wonderful weekend.